Good morning, everyone. It's 10:30 a.m. I wasn't going to stream today. I was going to actually make a video, but the video I was going to make was in response to Not a Professor Dave and a summary of our conversation. I wanted to do a pre-made video. However, being that that would take a bit of time, I figured I'd do it live because that's what I do anyway. So I saw that Professor Dave, he is just spurging and coping, and his scientismo evolutionary cult is losing it. They don't like that, upwards to about 300,000 people are seeing their priest say that his own brain has no purpose. And most of them don't understand the philosophical epistemic consequences of that. They don't understand. They think, oh, you're just doing philosophy wordplay, right? That's what they think. No. It's a big problem. They just don't want to talk about it. And it's a bigger problem for evolution. It's not just the fact that your epistemology is gone when you take that position. The problem is that the purpose of everything else in your body, as far as proper function, there's no such thing as proper function. That's the point. That's the point. If there's no proper function to anything in the body, including the brain, you can't say something is dysfunctional. You can't say it's not working properly. You can't say there was a mistake. You can't say, well, that was an accident. You can't say, oh, well, it veered off from the path. You can't say any of this stuff without purpose. And so he's coping. Obviously, I'm not even going to watch it. I saw the title of it, and you don't need me to tell you how bad faith Not a Professor Dave is. But I want you to notice that my invitation to him, my challenge to him for a debate preceded all of these interactions. And notice that his title of his video is My Debate with a Creationist. Well, no, that wasn't a debate. Calling into Gnostic Neil's channel and asking you some questions is not a debate. Now, the reason he wants to use that language is now that he does his video and he gets all of his minions, some of which are already trying to mass flag, he gets to say, no, I already had the debate because he labeled it that. That's not a debate. That's not a debate. That was me asking some basic questions, leading you into your own trap, using that trap against you to demonstrate to your own audience and other people that you just claimed that your own brain has no purpose, and I don't have a reason to believe anything that coming out of your brain, dude. Now, in fairness, we will review it, because I was going to do this in a video, but let's do it live. I'll take you guys through a step-by-step summary of my stupid questions, as they say. That's the point, dude. The point is to ask you questions that are at the introductory level biology and evolutionary biology paradigm. The reason I do that, just to give it away, is to get you affirming something. That's the whole point. Dumb Neil, you dummy. The whole point is to get you to say that you think random mutation produces, in this case, this conversation was a penis, because that's funny, over time. And you'll see that in the conversation that I have with him, nowhere in that conversation is it explained mechanistically how it is these appendages show up. He just says, oh, don't you know anything about the embryo? The embryo comes from an existing population with appendages. But anyway, we will do what they think is proper and examine the video itself. And we can all go through it. And by the time we get to the end, you'll realize that especially at the end, if it's the case that none of our biology including our brain, has any proper function, that is to say there's no purpose for it. You can't say proper function without purpose. It's impossible. Definitionally impossible. How are you going to say that the heart is properly functioning? How are you going to say anything else is properly functioning? How are you going to say that you're properly thinking? You can't. And there's not even a point of watching his stupid video. You see how he works, right? Completely bad faith. It's pure insults. He doesn't engage with the problem. He's probably not going to acknowledge that his own brain doesn't have any proper way of doing things. So, and likely because of that title of his recent video, he's probably not going to accept a debate because he's going to say he already did. As if a call-in is a debate. A call-in is not a debate. A formal debate is a formal debate. Ryan Remembers says survival bias. That doesn't make any sense. Survival bias is not an argument, Ryan Remembers. Survival would be some purpose. Purpose of survival. Is it accidental survival? Well, the mechanisms exist and are created because so it survives. That's a purpose. You're not a good thinker. So we'll get into it. And we're also going to notice how Neil poisons the well throughout the conversation. So let's bring it up, shall we? Because I was going to do a step-by-step, sort of pre-made look at the camera kind of thing. But, it doesn't matter. We might as well just hop in it and do it this way, okay? All right, here we go.
You guys can see mine, right?
Okay, hold on. Here we are.
Okay, here we go.
There he is.
Hello.
Jim, what's going on, man?
How you guys doing?
Good.
Oh.
Like the setup, like the guitar setup, man.
Hey, thanks. So I wanted to go back to one thing that I usually bring up, Dave, is when he brought up the nubby argument. I know it's rhetorical and kind of funny, like 1/8 of a penis or whatever. But I just wanted to ask, from the evolutionary view, do you hold that random mutation does produce mechanisms like that over time?
Yes, random mutation can produce new morphology, new functionality, obviously.
Okay, let's start right there. It's a simple question. He says random mutation produces hyperspecific functionality. That's the claim. Now they go, this is such a basic question. I mean, what is wrong with this guy? Think about the claim. Random mutation produces hyper-specialized appendages with specific function to the body that does a specific task. But you can't say it's a task. You know why? Because tasks are oriented toward purpose. Tasks. What is the task of the thing? Oh, it does this. Oh, it filters this. Oh, it removes toxins. It extinguishes bacteria from the body, right? None of it has a function or proper function. It's just an accidental function. So right there, the evolution proponent doesn't even realize what they're stepping in, because the moment he says random mutation is in fact the mechanism that accidentally produces hyper-specialized task-oriented mechanisms. Just so you know, I'm not adding anything to it. That's the claim. That's it. That's the claim. Okay, so that if it's true that a population that didn't have a penis through random mutation over time did eventually produce a fully functioning penis.
Yeah, over time and over many morphological iterations, right? It's not like no ability for sexual reproduction and then a fully formed human penis.
Well, it kind of is that, though. That's a contradiction. Just because it takes longer, it doesn't mean that's actually not what's described as what's happening. Of course, that's what's happening. There's a population that doesn't have a penis. There's no vaginas or penises. They're reproducing asexually. And on their way to sexual reproduction, they have to produce the things for sexual reproduction accidentally. That's the claim. You have to keep bringing in the term accidental, no purpose. It wasn't a purposeful movement toward sexual reproduction. It was an accidental movement toward reproduction, sexual reproduction from asexual. And asexual, the same thing. There was a time where whatever you called asexual as a mechanism needed to be produced by some prior proto-metabolic organism. That's it. He has to explain how that happens. And he's like, no, I don't. I just have to say that it happens. He just has to say that it happens. I'm asking specifically how. He says over time, morphological changes. Duh. No, that doesn't tell me anything. Random mutation producing hyper-specialized features that do a task, that have a task. The penis has a task. The sperm has a task, has a direction.
Right, that's not how it works.
Okay, but the process from no penis to penis that you have now, is that functional the whole time in between A and B? Or is it partially functional? Is it non-functional and then it's functional? Or
no, it's almost certainly functional at all times. Yeah.
Yeah, how would you know that? Well, yeah, no, it's always, obviously, in a population that doesn't have a penis that randomly produces a mutation, from his view, in the embryo, that starts this appendage with no purpose, continues the growth of the appendage with no purpose over time. But he just said it, every step of the way, necessarily so, that nub from the random mutation has a purpose. What is it? He can't say that. Because at the end, he says his own brain, and including every other mechanism that's produced in the body, doesn't have a purpose. And yet, here it is. Random mutation produces this tiny little nub. At that point, that first iteration of a nub, just like he referred to web feet, that accidental thing called a nub accidentally gives the organism purpose or an advantage. Jay asks, what's the advantage of that nub at that time? He won't answer this question.
You can have different kinds of penises. You know that there are different kinds of penises.
We're not asking if there's different kinds of penis, Dave. We understand. We're not asking. You just grant yourself different kinds of penises. That's not what's in question.
In the animal kingdom, right?
Right, but the thing is, if there's different kinds of penises, then you would hold that the penis that we have now is just a temporary penis. Like, is it on its way to being a different penis over time?
Evolution doesn't have like targets.
I didn't ask if there's a target. You notice how he just completely obfuscates every single thing that's said. I didn't ask whether it has a purposeful target. According to you, it's randomly produced and in flux. I didn't ask about targets, you weasel. I asked, based on your assumption of random mutation producing the appendage and maintaining the appendage somehow, if there's a variation of penises according to you, is it, from your view, is it reasonable to say that the current thing we know to be a penis today may not be that penis in the future through random mutation? Well, there's no targeting. I know.
Every organism is viable. If an organism wasn't viable, it wouldn't exist and it wouldn't pass on its genome. It wouldn't proliferate.
And yeah, this is what's funny too, if we were in a debate, because viability, every organism, before it has its workable, advantageous appendages, has to be viable too. That means there's a whole viable population of an existing organism, before it produces sexual reproduction, before it produces a kneecap or this or a brain or this or that, any of these things that from your view are created randomly through random mutation, that organism has to exist. That means it has to be viable to exist for long enough to do this thing that you're saying. That's what's so backwards, is that they point to appendages and mechanisms, say, and I go, how do you have these mechanisms? He says, because they kept them because they're viable. They survived. No. To use the analogy, in the evolutionary paradigm, there's the manufacturing plant that makes the things. Then, after they're made or during when they're made, the quality control called natural selection, mindlessly is the judge of its efficacy. That's what it is. I'm not asking about whether or not you think the external world makes the call ultimately on whether something survives. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, can you take me through the factory, please?
All of our morphology is not temporary. It's not transitionary. It's not anything. We are viable organisms, and also humans are a bad example because we're not really participating in natural selection in the.
That's also a lie. Evolutionary theory today doesn't even hold that position. There would be no way for you to even know that, by the way. And I asked this question, he didn't have an answer. His answer was, well, if we don't die, then we know we're no longer under the subject of natural selection if we don't die. Everything is alive dies, first of all. And until it dies, it's living. You mean extinction? If it doesn't go extinct, is that what you're saying?
In the traditional way anymore. But you could
upload the full debate. This is the full debate, dummy. I'm literally reviewing it right now. This is an upload. This is a live stream. Live streams are uploaded. Use your brain. Upload the whole this is it.
You can go throughout the rest of the animal kingdom and just.
This is a conversation. A debate is with a moderator. That's why he won't agree to a moderated debate.
Claiming random mutation produces new appendages with time is the same as claiming your intestines produce shit with time.
Yeah, and by the way, the production of the intestines has to happen and provide function, which is purpose. That means the purpose of the earliest form of a proto-shitter, the earliest form of a proto-shitter has to have a purpose. Contemporary says, if his definition of viable is what works and proliferates, does that mean that given enough time, organs that die off weren't actual viable? Yeah, that's the thing. It's totally like post hoc. You decide what's viable after it dies, but like everything dies.
Chart any kind of morphological change you want. And you can look at extant animals, whether you're looking at sexual reproduction.
But Jim Bob, you can have a function without purpose. That's not... Actually, you could. It's actually interesting to argue because if some big tech, you guys know big tech, he came in hot and said, "Okay, Jim Bob, tell me the purpose of clouds." Clouds actually serve a purpose for the sustainability of our existence. You're saying they accidentally do that? Okay, that's on you, man. That's what's funny.
Production or the eyeball or whatever other examples that you guys like to use, and
upload the full debate without biased commentary. So by your reasoning, Dave just did a stream commenting on the conversation, so it's biased commentary. You can go see the conversation. It's at Gnostic Informant. Please go watch it. You idiot.
And see this wide range of complexity from a very simple bundle of photoreceptors to a little bit more complicated eye to more advanced structures like a cornea and iris and
advanced structures. What does that mean? He's in a constant contradiction. Advanced from what? You see what I'm saying? Like from his view, there's nothing actually called advanced. Advanced from what? Advanced means there's purpose. How can you say there's an advancement if you don't have a standard for purpose? That you're doing better at the thing. Advanced. Advanced at what, dude? You're more advanced, more advanced. Without purpose, you can't even say something's advanced or not advanced in any meaningful way. Look at anything we do. An advanced anything, an advanced system of air conditioning, an advanced car engine, an advanced engineered item, advanced gymnast. Anything, an advanced anything is a commentary, a qualitative commentary on a system. He believes the system he's doing qualitative analysis on, it has no purpose.
Lens and all these things, and you can do the same thing with sexual reproduction as well. There are very rudimentary phalluses out there. There are plenty of organisms that can do both sexual reproduction.
Dave uploaded a video called "Dunking on Creationist Idiot." Yeah, well, he said it in a debate too. Keep in mind, he actually called this a debate, and it's not a debate. This is me calling in and asking some basic rudimentary questions to see if he will affirm and take the affirmative on certain basic positions. And he did. That's all I really needed from him.
Reproduction and asexual reproduction. So all of this talk of like, oh, it had to both a penis and a vagina had to evolve at the same time doesn't mean anything.
It does mean something. Saying it doesn't mean anything is a meaningless statement, by the way. Yes, it's a meaningful question. You claim penises and vaginas develop over time. So to question whether they developed at the same time or at varied times, what is that process is the question. What's the process of it? Oh, it doesn't mean anything. Oh, that's a great way of answering the question, Dave.
None of it means anything.
None of it means anything. That's great. Wow. Okay, but deep stuff, you guys. This is deep scientific stuff. I ask a simple question. Does the penis and the vagina develop through random mutation? He says yes. I ask, interesting. Do they develop at the same time? Is it separate pathways? Is there a moment where you distinguish? Finally, there's an identity called the penis and the vagina. How does that look? Chronologically, what does it look like? What are we talking about here? It doesn't mean anything. None of it means anything. Wow. But from that view, a penis and a vagina did evolve independently through a time frame, right?
Not really independently, because they are structures that are linked to similar genes, right? We're talking about.
Oh my gosh, dude! It's just obfuscating galore. He just fundamentally refuses to engage with an actual question. I go, how this happened? He says, what it is. Oh, sexual reproduction is linked to genes. That's not what I asked. I didn't ask whether or not structures are linked to genes. I didn't ask whether or not genes inform structures or inform the behaviors of structures. I'm asking how you came to the knowledge that random mutation produced the structures from not having them. Sonic, the full interaction was already uploaded. Yeah. These people are trolls. They have nothing. They want to derail, and that's all they want to do.
Embryonic development going one way or another way, depending on when certain genes are expressed.
Yeah. So one way or the other way. That doesn't make any sense. Embryonic development in one way or the other way? Which ways are those? Is that purposeful? Are the ways in which embryonic development goes, is that purposeful or accidental? Okay, so that's what I'm trying to understand, is that if random mutation is the mechanism that... here comes Vagine.
President. Oops, I accidentally deported all atheists, immigrants, fake conservatives, Protestants, etc. It was all an accident that I established Neo-Byzantium and took back the Holy Land.
Yeah, Vagine, you're brutal. As someone whose brain doesn't have any purpose, I might as well say congrats on 30K again. Thank you. Yep. Under his view, isn't it mathematically impossible for current humans to not have appendages they don't need? Is random mutation always batting 1,000? From their view, that's why they say natural selection, so that no matter what you're looking at, you say, well, no, it survived because of natural selection. But the problem is you can't determine at what stage of a process of what the thing is, why the thing is. If there's no function to the thing, you can't actually say it's developed even. You can't even say it developed. That's the thing philosophically these people don't understand. You can't actually declare the heart itself is a thing that developed because that's past tense. It has no purpose. It's an accidental appendage that accidentally is essential to life. Accidentally. Completely. Begins the path, like the critical path toward a functioning thing, like in this case, a penis and a vagina. Tiny Tofi says, yes, you can. Wow. Beautiful rebuttal. We got the top of the top here in the chat. We got top of the top here. Yes, you can. ... Literally quotes Obama. It sounds like you're saying between A, not having a penis or a vagina, and B, two different organisms having functional penises and vaginas, there's a lot of in between that has to have fully function that's advantageous in between, right? In between the two.
For the most part, but not entirely. Like I said, there are organisms that exist today that can do both sexual and asexual reproduction.
That's begging the question. Okay? The fact that you can point to other organisms that can do both asexual and sexual doesn't tell me the process that needs to exist for ones that don't have sexual, right? He's just granting, right? This is the same. I debated J.F. Gary Epi, who might be more knowledgeable about evolution than Dave here. And, the conversation went to heart valves, right? Chambers, the amount of chambers. And when we ask, how does this thing develop this many chambers? They say, there's another thing that has less chambers. That's not a mechanistic explanation. That's not at all. That's like saying, how does this thing develop wings from random mutation that are fully functional to their survival and and what they do? These other things have wings, don't have wings. These other things don't have wings. What?
So obviously asexual reproduction evolved first, all the way back with unicellular organisms and binary fission. And then with very simple animals, there are other things, parthenogenesis, there are budding, there are different ways of asexual reproduction. So very clearly, there were populations of animals that were able to asexually reproduce while mechanisms of sexual reproduction were evolving.
Okay, so he just grants himself the thing called evolving. It's like my question is, how do you go from asexual organisms, random mutation happening, producing super highly specific functions like a penis and a vagina or whatever variation that is? He just says, well, it happens. That's all he said. Well, obvious, if there's something that doesn't have it, or there's something that has both, clearly it does it over time. Does what over time? And then
they're still around today.
Okay. So, but in the early stages toward the pathway to what we have now as appendages, let's say a quarter of the way through the process, when Jay says a 1/8 of a nub, he's using rhetoric to visualize a penis or a vagina that's not what we see today, but on its way. Does that make sense?
I mean, it
doesn't make sense to me.
Shut up, Neil. Not a lot of things make sense to you, Neil. You're irrelevant.
He's
Doesn't make sense.
very clearly
Shut up, Neil.
saying 1/8 of a PP, as though like I was saying to these guys, I don't know if he's imagining like a 3D printing that is 1/8 of the way done of what's going to be
Here we have another story. Over millions of years of mutations, more successful mutations. Successful means what? How do you have a successful mutation if there's no purpose? What are you talking about? Adapted to their surroundings. No, adaptation is, dude, it's just like talking to zombies. All they do is say the thing, reassert that the thing happened. I didn't ask whether you believe over millions of years mutations can produce hyper specialized functions that are successful. It's like gaslight. It's like almost unintentional gaslighting. Adaptation is part of evolution. Yeah, you're not saying anything, dude. You're not saying how random mutation produces hyper-specialized functioning mechanisms. You're just saying that it happens and that natural selection likes it, allows for it. That's all you're saying. You're not saying how it happens. You just say that it happens over millions of years. That's all you're saying.
Like an extant human penis. But if you want to say 1/8 of the way to the evolution from a much earlier form.
No, you can't grant.
Shut up, Neil.
That you can't even be good faith and grant that, because he's saying that it's not useful at all without the testicles. He's basically saying it's morphing to being useful to what it is today.
I mean, that's true. The actual appendage you call, Neil, your 2-inch wiener, doesn't actually have a purpose without the fully functional factory called the testicles, right? Now, if you just say, well, yeah, the testicles existed, well, that needed to be developed too, right? You needed to develop the production of sperm from not that, right? For a reason. Well, no, for not a reason. There's no purpose to that either. If there's no purpose to the brain, there's no purpose to sperm. Imagine studying evolutionary biology and the first fundamental axiom is there's no purpose to sperm. There's no purpose to lungs. There's no purpose to any of the things that we use. There's no purpose. They just accidentally do things that aid to survival. Pure accident.
Which isn't the case, because if it's there to begin with, it has some sort of function. And
well, no. Well, Neil, there to begin with is the thing. That's true. Saying natural selection doesn't. That's true. That's true. You kind of grant them natural selection because there's a cause and effect. Like what you do charitably, you say natural selection is the way in which the world operates, dictating outcomes to some extent of things surviving, right? But you're right. It still would end up, because it would end up being accidental from their view, because the environment includes ecology that could take out animals and other animals that can take out animals. But the animals themselves are said to be the subject to natural selection. But in this case, they are the natural selection. They are the environment. And yes, if they are the environment, if the environment you're talking about really is ecology, living organisms, and animals, living organisms, the ecology and living organisms are also subject to natural selection, but they're the ones also the natural selector at the same time. In question, what's there to begin with? Obviously, hold on a second. Hold on, Neil. If I'm asking if there's a point in time, usually I use like liver or something like this. Like if there's a point, look at this, of course. Hey, the guy gets refuted, blown out, and he says, you can look at any of these questions up and all the answers to your questions. How the testes evolve. Yeah. No, you can't. You can't look them up. You can't look up a step-by-step process of how random mutation produces a testes from not a testes. You can't look up how random mutation produces a workable circulatory system that does a task from not that. No, you can't look it up, dum-dum. Guys, you can look up the story and read it.
Known
No, you
about
can't.
this guy ever since like 2018 when he started going after James Stewart, who dog-walked him in debate on origin of life. He literally never admits when he's wrong and is able to dupe many of his retard fanbase
He
by
does.
throwing around esoteric sciencey terms combined with his snarky,
That's right.
know-it-all attitude. Wouldn't be surprised if he has some genuine underlying mental health issues.
Probably. Yeah, I'm seeing all of his insane cultists showing up on my chat because he just did a video. They're all deranged. They have no arguments. It's all insults. They don't engage with anything you say. They're lunatics. He says, Google it. Wow, great work. You're useless. You just admitted you're useless. If you can't defend your own views and you say Google it, leave. You're useless. Stop talking. Point in time where a population, it's the ancestor of the thing we see today. Scientific studies with images and processes. Wow, you're really top tier. That's not even a structured sentence, dude. That's not even a full sentence. You don't even know how to make sentences. Today, deep time. Scientific studies with images and processes. Beep boop, beep boop. Beep boop. Scientific studies with images and processes. Boop, 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 boop. And NPCs back in time doesn't have these things in full operation, but they have his avatar has a helmet for a reason. I should use his avatar for the helmet. What do you have a helmet on? It's profound, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you so much, Myron Chuck. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's totally accidental. No purpose. Just an accidental channel. Accidentally doing things.
You say
Dave,
full operation as if
I'm
it's
talking to
it's,
Dave, dude. Just let me get the question out to Dave, dude.
whatever.
Okay, he's the one. Whatever. Shut up, Neil. Who knows? He's gonna know. You're not gonna know.
You're right.
Shut up, Neil.
You're right.
Okay.
It doesn't make
Everyone, shut up, Neil.
any sense though.
So, it doesn't make any sense though. Massive super chat. By the way, I missed before. Holy cow! That is a big super chat. 50 big buckaroos. Thank you so much. Flizone1. He said, got into a debate with someone from one of my grad bio courses and got them to admit their worldview thoughts are an illusion and untrustworthy if their brain is a result of evolution. Their response was, I'm willing to live with that. Yeah, of course. At least they said it. So, Dave, if it's a case that an early population, let's say it's asexual, starts some process unknown to itself, right? Yeah, see, every time. We're not talking about religion. We're not talking about theology. That's all you have. You're done. You're cooked. Your helmet's on. Keep your helmet on. You're done. You just exited the conversation. That's called a tu quoque. That's called a red herring. That's a non sequitur. Get out of here. Kick him out of here. You're off the island. You've offered nothing. You're a waste of time, and you're needy. Goodbye, Reverend Wizard Bob. You're done. You're cooked. You're over. So long. Farewell. Going to develop. It's always the same, dude. They attacked. Yeah, Christianity. Look, when I debate against evolution, guess what I do? I start granting the position that Christianity is false for a reason. There's a reason I do that. In the future, the appendage we call a penis. Let me see. Maybe we'll evolve into not having pinky toes because mine's completely useless. It could be. It could be. Hold on. I have to catch up on super chats. Let me see. Mud says, okay, the poop argument could work well. The waste systems of all creatures has to be accounted for body before the first cell splits. So did creatures exist that didn't create waste, account for the poop? Well, yeah, it starts like they start from workable metabolic systems, anabolic and catabolic, building and breaking things down, building and breaking things down. They start from that system, but according to Dave, even that fundamental starting point of a system, of a metabolic process, has itself no purpose. The purpose is accidentally to break things down. There's no purpose to breaking it down. There's no purpose to building up. There's no purpose to what is built. It has no direction or purpose. Zero. You randomly hit the money button. It wasn't planned. Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of that in the chat. Tons of random donations from brains that have no purpose. I still have doubt. How do we justify the design of carnivorous animals? Did they evolve post-fall? Well, no, you're presupposing a thing called carnivorous animals pre-fall. You know, I've brought this up rhetorically, Polaris, where I thought of a lion without sharp teeth, right? What's the lion with human teeth with a human, like a creepy human smile? The thing you have to understand is that our conception of pre-fall, we can't truly fathom, because pre-fall isn't post-fall physics, isn't post-fall metaphysics. So, you know, trying to figure that out, you're always going to be importing your concept of post-fall things into pre-fall, but that's a mistake, right? You're always going to have the bias of post-fall. So I understand that as a frustration, but it's not you can never formulate any valid argument from that position. That's what I'm saying. It's in a vagina. There has to be a moment where that begins. Basic Gamer says, natural selection is wrong because of a purpose. No, that's not the argument. You guys it's actually kind of sad to watch. Like, this is the representation of the population that tries to defend this stuff, but they don't have anything to say. Right? That's fair, right?
Okay, sure.
We're not talking about natural selection. We're talking about random mutation producing the assembly line, first of all, that then produces products from the assembly line. Natural selection is in the quality control. You guys constantly move to quality control. We're not at quality control. Or something like this. Like, if there's a point in time where a population, it's the ancestor of the thing we see today, deep time, back in time, doesn't have these things in full operation, but they have some, I would
You say Dave, full operation as if
I'm
it's...
talking to Dave, dude. Shut up, Neil. Just let me get the question out to Dave, dude.
Whatever.
Okay, he's the process from beginning to end. There has to be a slow, successive sort of building, right, of this appendage. This would be true of anything, like wings or anything, right?
Yeah. That's why I told you to look around the animal kingdom and look at the different kinds of penises. Like, look.
It's the same argument every time. From an evolutionary perspective, there's a population that doesn't have wings. And then from his view, random mutation through the embryonic stages, the mutation happens that creates the beginning of what he would then call a functional wing, that it doesn't have any purpose, accidental flying. That's what you have to say. Accidental thinking, accidental flying, accidental processing of poop. Okay? This is the point. Every time you debate one of these people, if you actually got them in a debate, they would be annihilated from this perspective, because their absence of proper function of things does away with their, even let's say this, their denial of proper function, proper purpose, that exists, decreases the likelihood mathematically. They already have a shitty mathematical likelihood scenario, but it's even worse. It's even worse when you remove proper function, purpose of these things. There's no purpose to wings. There's no purpose to any of the things that develop. They accidentally develop with ostensibly high level of precise task-oriented behavior. High level. Complex. Advanced, from his own words. Advanced. But accidentally. The super chat has no purpose, yet I use it for the goal because I am right. Thank you for that.
Look at the penis of like a flatworm, a platyhelminth.
Yeah. The penis of a flatworm has to come from some type of similar flatworm ancestor that didn't have a penis.
Look at what that looks like. Do you know what that looks like? Do you know anything about flatworms?
No, I'm talking about humans.
Okay, and I'm talking about ancestral species, right?
So this is their argument, okay? Just so you guys know. This is the steel man. Dave's argument is when you look at human beings and you see their penis, it's stupid to look at human beings and say there were human beings that developed a penis. I understand from your paradigm, human beings come from previous things that aren't human beings that have a penis. That doesn't solve the problem, though. I get that. I get that from their view, their cladistic system, that the species called human beings inherit the penis as it is. They don't grow the penis as humans. I understand that. But it doesn't solve the problem, doesn't get you out of the problem. Because the problem is there has to be back in time an organism that doesn't have the thing called a penis that through time grows a penis. So I don't care if, from your review, humans themselves didn't exist ever without a penis. That's their view. The human, as we exist today, always had the fully functioning penis. I understand that. I understand that's your view. That's not what's in question. Whatever they're from, whatever humans are from, whatever common ancestor it is, that you say, well, that's where they got the penis. I asked the same question about a snake. I asked evolution proponents. I ask ChatGPT. I ask anybody who says they know. I ask, how do you get venom in snakes? Well, it got it from a previous thing. That doesn't... How does the previous thing get the thing? Well, previous thing.
Right, you're talking like you're...
All of Jim Bob's arguments, I didn't make any arguments. You're so dumb that you don't even know what an argument is. And the irony is that what you're saying right now isn't an argument either. I got your little priest here to say that his own brain has no purpose. Do you understand, Corey Jelks, that if you agree with Dave here, that your own statements right here have no purpose? There's no meaning to them. There's no reason for us to listen to what your brain is producing because your brain has no purpose of thinking. And everything that's coming out of your mouth as an utterance, you dipshit, is a product of something that's purposeless. You moron.
You're talking about the development of organs as though it happened in humans or human-like species or primate, right? These methods of sexual reproduction go back hundreds of millions of years, way before primates, way before mammals.
Right? That's right. Yeah, from your view, we understand that. But Jay's rhetorical position of the nubby nub still doesn't go away. All he's saying is, well, we got it beforehand. We got grandfathered in a dick.
Right. So you're trying to imagine like a primate-like species with nothing and then suddenly a phallus.
No, we're not saying that.
And I'm telling you that all of this apparatus, all of this morphology evolved way before.
See, we just had it. You see what I'm saying? These people. So no. Everything that we have today evolved. How did we get it? Well, it already existed. That's what they're saying. It already existed. He just tells a story that we already got all that stuff. Everything the human being has today already had it. The problem, Dave, you douchebag, is that as we go back in time, you have to arbitrarily declare the emergence of these things at some point. So you could no longer say... At some point back in time, you could no longer say, oh, it already had it. It already had it. That's the point, dude. You can't keep saying the thing that we're pointing to that has these things got it from a previous thing that already had it because you have an endless regress problem. Eventually, you're going to have to tell us how random mutation of existing organisms that already know how to reproduce, by the way, reproduction being a thing you have to argue is produced by evolution, which is backwards. You have to tell me how random mutation produced these first things. It's like abiogenesis, except you're granting them life. It's like there might be even a term for it. Whatever is equivalent to abiogenesis, but in regards to appendages themselves, things themselves of the organism, whatever that is.
Or anything that you even...
Why aren't we seeing? Well, he actually says that because we have technology, so we don't see anything like that, and there's not enough time. You need more time. But in the same sentence, he'll say, in the here now, you could watch a random mutation happen at the embryo level where something with legs produces web feet, and he says that's the beginning, right there. He says that's the beginning, which is nonsense. You'll get to it in this exchange where I ask him, where does this happen? He says, in the embryo level. I go, tell me how. He refers to something with legs that produces web feet. I didn't ask about web feet. I asked about the feet themselves. He grants himself feet. I'm asking about the workable appendage, not an additive thing that might add to its features. The feature itself, a leg. He just grants himself a leg.
I think you're talking about.
I understand.
That's why I'm asking you, do you know what a flatworm penis looks like?
I understand, but just granting yourself a proto-penis still goes, it's the same question, though. That means that, like when Neil's like, what? I'm an idiot. I ask, how do you get, I usually ask, how do you get a liver from an earlier form that doesn't have what you call a liver? And you say, the answer is always the same. It's, well, you have a proto-liver. So aren't you just saying right now, Dave, that you're granting yourself a proto-liver already, or proto-penis exists?
Not listening to anything I'm saying. So
it's literally what you just said. How do you get a penis? Didn't you ever see a flatworm penis? Yeah. How does a flatworm get a penis?
This is what I'm trying to...
He says no, Chalk. No, he says no.
Explain to you is that you can look at extant life.
Unfortunately, he's an Italian.
Life today, extant animals that exist today, and no matter what you want to talk about, the digestive system, the circulatory system, the rest.
Here comes Vagine.
It's Yanye. Humans have an inefficient process called gluconeogenesis, in which excess protein is converted into carbohydrates when a person is consuming near zero carbs. Why couldn't E. coli consuming citrate be a similar kind of process? They don't actually have an answer for this. It's a process that already exists but only occurs under the right conditions or parameters.
That's right, Shanye. And guess what? That process, from their view, has to be purposeless. It's accidental. It's an accidental chemical thing from their view that coincidentally, post hoc, when you look at it, aided to its survival, right? But it was accidental. That's all.
Respiratory system, the immune system, you will see a dramatic spectrum with gradations of complication, organs not existing yet, different kinds of morphology not existing yet. So there are many different things that we can look at today to show the tiers of complexity in terms of arrangement, which organs exist and don't exist. So you're looking at, if you want to look at a liver, now I'm not an encyclopedia of evolutionary biology, so I don't know off the top of my head. We could totally Google it right now and say, when did the liver evolve and what?
Yeah, I get. Yeah, I would ask, how would you verify when the liver evolved?
What was before that?
And what was before that? It's always the same shit with these people. It's like, when did the liver evolve? Well, there has to be an arbitrary moment where you declare it's a liver, right? When's that? What's that mean? Is it always there? Well, you grant yourself this protocell that does liver stuff because it functions similarly. Therefore, that thing turns into a globular thing called the liver. And by the way, the development of the liver can't exist in a vacuum. It has to have a relationship to the rest of the thing it's in, the body. Well, yeah, it just accidentally forms into a workable factory that processes toxins accidentally. It's not its purpose, though. Imagine retard Dave here going to the doctor, God forbid he had a problem with his liver or something, and he said, the doctor said, your liver isn't properly functioning according to its purpose. He says, there's no purpose. And the doctor's like, then why are you here to fix the liver? What's fixing the liver mean if there's no purpose to the liver? You can't claim that the liver's broken If there's no purpose to the liver, you can't say it's broken or not fulfilling its purpose. It's just accidentally doing a thing that you don't like or whatever. That's it. That's funny. Thank you, Marat. They can't account for logic, so it makes sense that they would say the brain has no purpose. That's right. Can't account for thinking. Suzanne deleting a super chat. I mean, she is wild. This is why you can't give the women too much power. Thank you, Chair Throwing Italian. It's unfair how philo bros get stuck with memes like the noticer when these people build and maintain entire disciplines with beard stroking, single eyebrow raising, and question begging. Yeah, it is unfair.
For that, right? It was obviously some either simpler.
All of Jim Bob's contentions are moot against theistic evolution. We're not talking about theistic evolution right now, but you couldn't defend it. Also, theistic evolution isn't saying much. Theism is so broad. I don't argue against theistic evolution, Craig. I've told you this several times, you weasel. Why is it you guys are such slippery little pig snakes? You're going to have to get rigorous, buddy. I don't ever argue against theistic evolution. I argue against the incompatibility, philosophically, metaphysically, and actually, of Christianity specifically, and evolution as it's posited. But you don't have any arguments. Thank you so much. Massive 20 gifted memberships from Murat. Thank you so much. Let's say an Evo proponent says functions that are eternal. Well, then they debunk evolution in a sense, because evolution would posit that everything's changing. So functions aren't eternal. Functions themselves have to change from their view. One organism that's currently doing a thing that it's not purposed to do, it's just accidentally doing a thing, according to their view, could be subject to random mutation, and then in a million years, that thing they could track, that they say they can track, just like they're tracking a species itself, organisms, in a sense, become a type of subspecies in a funny way, because all of the mechanisms inside the body, from their view, also are in flux, changing through random mutation. So just like they say a Pakicetus becomes a whale in 15 million years, yes, they say this, everything inside the Pakicetus has to also transform. This is why there's more arguments using the term body plan, because you have to be insane to look at organisms, independent organisms, and not adopt the word body plan insofar as looking at their internal schema. But they have to say that's changing over time. That itself, the very thing inside, all of the things inside the body, changing. So, honestly, a better position for these people is to just say life itself always existed, instead of saying abiogenesis happened. They already assume that the eternality of matter itself, like Mormons, they already assume that. What's the big difference between adding life to that? Just, the atheist person should just say life itself always existed. There really is no difference between saying matter always existed from their view and life. I mean, keep in mind, if they believe in abiogenesis, why is it they isolate that process in time? That process could always exist, even if you said that. But you don't even need that. You could just say life always existed. Animate life always existed. Why not? There's really nothing. I asked Planet Peterson this. I said, why is there any reason you can't just hold, if you hold to eternality of matter, why wouldn't you hold to eternality of animate life? And he said there's no evidence. But at the same time, Planet Peterson holds, I've heard him say this, he doesn't really make a distinction between dead matter, quote, rocks, and living matter at all. Letting everyone know that the poop argument is now called the oopsie poopsie argument. Nicely done, Mudworks. I might adopt that. How does DNA accidentally code for future waste systems? Yeah, great question. Great question.
Kind of organ.
Basic Gamer, listen, don't use disgusting language. Basic Gamer, you're out of here. We don't have pornographic language in here, you pervert. Get Basic Gamer out of here. You're done. If you can't maintain decency and etiquette in the chat and you have to be disgusting, you got to get out of here, okay? So beat it. Basic Gamer 9983, you're done.
Or some simpler tissue that then continues to differentiate and specialize, right? The same thing for eyes, right? If you want to talk about the like you guys in that video that I tore into, you were talking about eyes too, and you're like, how does the eye blah blah blah? With animals alive today,
like these atheists, they literally cannot engage with you without bringing up licking butts. Like they can't do it. It's like impossible for them. They just cannot. They can't control themselves.
You can see things that have just a bundle of photoreceptors. That's it. Just a couple of molecules in a membrane.
He's so stupid, this guy. All you need is the cells that we see are similar to an eye or similar to a liver. All you need is those cells. Then you get a liver. What? That doesn't make any sense, dude. That's the same argument as saying, like, if you can find similar things that the body's made of, the human body's made of, like water and molecules out in the world, you just get the process of human bodies emerging from that thing. This is how dumb their argumentation is.
That are able to interact with photons such that it can sense light is this way and not that way. That's it. And then you can look at eyes in...
What is the counter to evolution, though? Spontaneous creation? No. By the way, evolution doesn't even argue. They stay away from abiogenesis. So no, not spontaneous creation. However, they hold a type of spontaneous creation themselves. That's why there's not really a difference between abiogenesis and what they call spontaneous creation of, let's say, a hyper-specialized mechanisms like the brain over time. It's still spontaneous. Like, people say spontaneous and they think, voila, like it's time, that's a time game. But no, time in this case, whether it's a long period of time or a short period of time, the process itself of producing, according to Dave, a brain that doesn't have the purpose of thinking, Dave's words, not mine, that process itself is a long-term spontaneous process. It doesn't really, in the biological sense, spontaneous is referring to added energy, though. So, not to make ambiguous what the term means, spontaneous, but to use the term in the colloquial sense, I'm saying, is that spontaneity, the creation of things that do things in the body, from their view, is accidental over time. It's produced from a random mutation that has no purpose, or it doesn't inform the future direction of the appendage that does a thing. It just accidentally does it.
Squid and jellyfish and stuff like that, and then you can look at the mammalian eye, all of these different tiers of complexity. So I think that the technique that you try to do is you try to look at a human penis or a human eye and go, what was there before that if there was nothing? And I'm trying to tell you to look at animals that are alive today, like a flatworm penis or whatever all these things are.
Bjorn says Jim Bob needs to debate someone serious like Joe Schmid. These bums can't properly disentangle his rhetoric. It's not rhetoric, dude. You're not engaging with anything I'm saying, bitch face. You guys are such bitches. You don't say anything. You nominate people. That's all you freaks do, Bjorn. All you do is nominate people. I nominate, not me. I'm not using rhetoric. The evolutionary view, no rhetoric needed, assumes that random mutation at whatever level, the embryonic level, produces the beginning of a cascade of change that produces highly specialized functions and apparatuses, tools. By the way, the tools have no purpose. This isn't rhetoric. You guys are such scumbags.
To see how much variety there is in
I understand.
That's a
Yeah,
cool,
you're saying you're saying that there's variety with what we call penises in the world, and I agree. But simply pointing to variety, the question I'm asking is more so, what's the he's so mad. Look at him. What a mess he is. He looks like he's having a midlife crisis. The events that take place that goes from not having that thing to having it. So if you went back to the worm, okay, and you pointed to other things that have penises that are in a different phase of their penisness, then I'm going to say, hold on. I know, but hold on. I love you, but that is rhetoric. It's not rhetoric, dude. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Rhetoric. Look, 1/8 of a penis, that's rhetoric. Saying this term, saying these words, random mutation, according to the evolutionary view, produces highly specialized things like the liver. That's not rhetoric. I don't care if you love me. How is that rhetoric? That statement, tell me. According to evolution, random mutation produces over time highly specialized functional items like the brain. That's not rhetoric, dude. I hate you people. Hold on, let me get the question out.
But that's important, though, because that made no sense to me either.
Hold on. That says nothing, Neil. Something not making sense to you, Neil, is irrelevant.
Let me say one thing. I just want to say one thing and respond to what you...
I have a question. Wouldn't it be easier to critique his evolutionary view using teleology instead of letting him jump around to topics? Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. I ultimately defeat him through teleology. Now, it's not even like higher meaning. People think teleology... Now, there is a subterm of teleology, but it doesn't matter. The question is, it's not whether or not there's a higher purpose or meaning for being here. Usually, the word teleology is kind of referring to that when we talk about it. We're not really talking about that. We're talking about whether or not any particular item in the body, in this case, I bring up the brain starter at YouTube, and that's what essentially what I get to, that there's no purpose to his brain, according to evolution. Like, it's not formed to think properly. So it's a really simple task. You get him to say, the brain, the thing he's using to argue, isn't made to argue, isn't made to think. It's just like a happy accident that he has the illusion that it can think and do things. So it's a micro argument of Plantinga, basically. It's a micro argument. It's adjacent to it, but it's more technical because it's really referring to a very specialized thing called the brain itself. And he says something stupid here in this exchange too. Douchebag Dave says, I use my brain, he says, as if there's a metaphysical I from an evolutionary view that uses a thing called the brain. He separates, from his view, he can't, but he separates the I, Dave, smug prick, and the brain he's using like a tool. Well, it's not made to think, but I use it. I pick up my brain and I use it. Well, the problem is, which we'll get to, but I'll just telegraph it. If the brain doesn't have a purpose to think, you can't tell me whether or not you're using it properly. There's no item, right, that you could say you're using improperly. You can't say it. Like what it's made for. You're using it improperly. You're using it for something it wasn't made for. You can't say it's improper if it doesn't have a purpose. You just can't do it.
You are actually think you're asking. It's very important that we're not talking about just variety, like, oh, this one's like that, this one. No, I'm talking about gradations of structural and morphological complexity, such that these like iterations that you're looking for, this is them, right? A flatworm penis or...
I ask, how do you get a flatworm penis from not a flatworm penis? He says, if you're looking for the morphology, it's right there in the flatworm penis. This is why it doesn't answer the question. How do you get a penis from not a penis? Is there a population of flatworms, ancestors that don't have a penis? Okay, what's the process of them developing this super functional, useful, and now necessary component called a penis?
something else for these very small animals. It's it's structurally very simple.
Who made your brain? From our view, God made humans. Humans have a nature. The nature of humans allows for brains to be made reproductively. So there's a process called reproduction that includes the growth of a brain. The question isn't whether or not there's processes that produce. The question is, if you keep going back in time, you run up against endless regress insofar as production is concerned. And the evolution proponent has to actually say, well, yeah, in the here now, humans come from humans. And everything that's human and every part of a human is fully human, except it comes from something back in time that isn't human. So in a sense, our brains actually come from not human brains. They're derivative of not human brains. Our penises come from not human penises. They're iterations of not human penises. Everything. But you see the problem there is that whatever you refer to in the past that you claim we get our stuff from all the way back in time, those things still need an origin for their stuff. This is why they keep pressing back, right? Luca. Oh, Luca, the first, universal ancestor, except there's one before that. Oh, the reals? What's that called? Fuca. Oh, really? So that needs an ancestor too, right? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does need an ancestor. It just keeps going. To the secular sued, rhetoric is just a four-letter word that means sophistry, headachy, pretty much.
And that's a clue. Yeah. It's an indicator as to what can have come before. Something like that can have come before on the way to a mammalian penis.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but the thing is, I could just highlight one of those things, and if I asked, well, this gradual process toward the types of things we see today in a variety. Just look at the other things we see today, like this flatward
totally
penis,
circular.
It has a penis too, but isn't it true that from the evolutionary view, even that flatward penis had to evolve from something before it that didn't have that current penis developed, right?
Well, what we're doing is we're identifying this structural, this spectrum of complexity of whatever organ or system, whatever you're.
He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer.
Talking about, and we're populating it with all these instantiations of more and more complex, and all you're doing is going, oh, there's a gap here, there's a gap here.
No. I didn't say any of that, Dave. You weasel, you scoundrel. I simply asked you directly. Is it the case that from an evolutionary view, the thing you call a flatworm penis or the variety of penises you see today had to necessarily be produced by a reality that didn't have them? It's really simple. Well, all you're saying is there's gaps in my story. Well, yeah, there's a lot of gaps in your story. But you restating that there's gaps in the story doesn't fill in the pages of the story. He just admits there's gaps in the story and I'm properly locating them. And he's like, yeah, well, all you're really doing is showing gaps in my story, right? Typical pre-supper, showing gaps in my story. One last thing, but the OP argument, oopsie poopsie, my thought is that there's no, quote, proto-waste systems in biology. They are complex and are required for cell to exist. Well, that's the other thing, Mudworks. It introduces a whole new philosophical question. What is waste? Honestly, what is waste from a purely mechanistic, physicalist position? What is waste? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's waste. That's a no-no. What's waste?
Now, I'm not a paleontologist, so I'm not a zoologist.
Totally not engaging with my question
either. I don't know everything about all the animals.
Just watch what he does here, just so you know. Us toward the types of things we see today in a variety. Just look at the other things we see today, like this flatward penis has a penis too. But isn't it true that from the evolutionary view, even that flatward penis had to evolve from something before it that didn't have that current penis developed? That's a question. It's a yes or no question. Notice how I asked a very simple yes or no question. Isn't it true that from this view, random mutation must necessarily be the thing that produces this iteration of a penis to begin with, to start with, from not that. There has to be a time where it didn't exist and then through a process existed, right? It's a yes or no question. See, you guys have nothing. You can't even answer the questions, right? All you guys have is coping in the chat. There's no beat. Nobody got beat, right? You can't have beating, by the way, you dummy. How could someone get beat in a debate where minds and brains have no purpose? That means that truth doesn't exist. You guys have no idea how philosophically bankrupt your position is. All you have is coping in the chat. Now, focus. These guys want you to focus on other things. Focus. I asked Dave here a very specific, pointed question about penis development from the long-term evolutionary process that's guided or catalyzed by random mutation and natural selection. Notice how clear my question is and how unclear his answer is. What you're saying, but the thing is, I could just highlight one of those things, and if I asked, well, you know, this gradual process toward the types of things we see today in a variety, just look at the other things we see today, like this flatworm penis has a penis too. But isn't it true that from the evolutionary view, even that flatworm penis had to evolve from something before it that didn't have that current penis to develop? You see how, pretty clear. Pretty clear. Now that's a yes or no question. And watch the absence of an answer. Watch the absence of the answer. If he was a teacher and I was a student, this is what's so pathetic about these people, including everyone who's here from Dave's channel. What's so pathetic and disgusting about you people is if I were, a seventh grader, because, that's the rhetoric, right? Neil's like, this is a seventh grade question. Yeah, let's pretend it is. Let's pretend I'm a seventh grader. That's actually better for me. It's in my favor. A seventh grader is in a class and he asks the teacher, in this case, this greaseball, this question: isn't it true from the evolutionary view that random mutation is the thing that produces this first iteration of a penis from not that? I asked that as a seventh grader, right? See this? He has these people. They're like zombies. Let's see if he explained everything, okay? No, let's take your position. Okay, focus. Let's take your position that he explained it. Let's see if he explains it. I just asked a question as a seventh grader. Is it true that from the evolutionary view, something like the flatworm penis was the product of random mutation? That is to say, a population of an ancestor existed before the flatworm that did similar things, maybe, didn't have a penis. And through random mutation, from the embryonic stages, some mutation happened that started this mystical process of the penis, right? You say yes, right? Let's see if he answers my question. Let's see if I'm delusional. Let's see if he answers my question. It's a yes or no question. Right?
Well, what we're doing is we're identifying this structural, this spectrum of complexity of whatever organ or system, whatever you're talking about, and we're populating it with all these instantiations of more and more complex. And all you're doing is going, oh, there's a gap here, there's a gap here. Now, I'm not a paleontologist.
See, he's just saying you're saying there's a gap. I'm saying, yeah, there's necessarily a gap between A and B. That's a segment. You're not really saying anything. Of course, there's a gap between ingredients in making the pancake itself. Of course. What does Jim Bob think stopping evolution from happening? You can't even tell me what evolution is. That's the problem with you people. I'm asking a direct question about evolution right now, and you can't even explain what's happening. How am I supposed to deny what's happening if you can't even tell me what's happening? Tell me. How am I supposed to engage with what you claim is happening if not a single one of you buffoons can actually tell me what's happening with these simple questions? This is his answer to the simple question.
So
there's gaps and I'm not a this and I'm not a that. He's saying I don't know. He doesn't want to say I don't know. But he's saying, I don't know.
I mean, I'm not a zoologist either. I don't know everything about all the animals that are alive today, and I certainly don't know everything about all the animals that are extinct. But most of those holes are filled in very readily by extinct forms that we are aware of.
Doesn't tell me anything. How does this happen? Most of the holes are filled by extinct forms. What? What's the process of producing a penis from not a penis in the earliest form, if you want to use a flatworm? Well, I'm not a paleontologist, and I don't really know all the different animals, but there's certainly animals that we found that fills in the gaps.
But I think that the thing that you're probably not grasping.
Unbelievable. Totally didn't answer the question.
Because you want to know how does.
See what I'm saying? They just restate the thing. Evolution is a change in traits over time due to random mutation, different survival reproduction rates. What's stopping that from happening? What's stopping you from claiming that is a liver a trait? Is a brain a trait? Is an arm a trait? You're just saying evolution produces these things. I'm asking you, how does it? You say random mutation. I say, cool. How? How does a random mutation produce a hyper-specialized feature like a liver or a brain? You tell me how that happens. You've said nothing, dude. This is like, honestly, Dr. Seuss books are more explanatory.
This form, right? How does an organism get this appendage, right? So
to begin with, yeah.
How does embryonic development?
See, total dodge, right? This is. I asked him, how does this happen? He asked me a question back. I thought I'm the 7th grader. How does embryonic development happen? He says, watch this. Watch this.
Work.
Just so you know, he gives me my question back, and watch how he answers it.
Just either. I don't know everything about all the animals that are alive today, and I certainly don't know everything about all the animals that are extinct.
Subjective moralist coming in without an argument, not engaging with it. Dude, this is good for me. This is good for me. It shows that your audience, Dummy Dave, this is their level of competence. They can't engage with anything I'm saying. All it is well poisoning. That's all you guys have. Well poisoning. Right? This is all they can do. That's all they can do. And it's great. I love this. I love that this is their representation. I love that this is the constituents of Dave. I love that this is their demographic. This is beautiful to me. I don't even need to say anything. I just have to show their comments. That's all I have to do. Show their comments. Okay. What was the question?
But most of those holes are filled in very readily by extinct forms that we are aware of. But I think that the thing that you're probably not grasping, because you want to know, how does this form, right?
Yes, how does this form through random mutation?
How does an organism get this appendage, right?
And he's going to ask me a question now because he's nervous. And this is their tactic, right? I ask a question as a student. Dumb 7th grade mind here, Jim Bob, just asking a question as a student. How does this happen? He goes, I'm going to ask you now questions, right?
So
to begin with, yeah.
How does embryonic development work mechanistically on the molecular level? Do you know anything about embryonic development?
See, this is the thing he's going to do rhetorically, which is, oh, do you know anything about embryonic development? No, I'm learning from you. You mean like the development of an embryo that already posits a population exists?
Sure.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Yeah. I'm glad I got that in, by the way.
I'm gonna get my cousin Sandeep to lay a clade on Dave's car. Sorry about the clade the other day.
No problem. See, this is why he's giggling. Is because catching him on this is really important. Oh, do you know anything about embryonic development? Oh, an embryo. You mean the product of an existing population that has all of the things that we're talking about? All right, I just want to establish that the embryo of whatever given thing you're talking about already comes from a developed population, whether it's asexual or sexual. So it already has some of these things, right? That's why he's smiling like that. He's like, you little bastard. Right? You little bastard. Which embryo, Dave? Of which population, of which creature? Because the embryo, in its development of change, is going to develop into a form that it comes from. Because all of the DNA and information tells it to. Now watch, this is a really bad angle that he's taking, because he has to there's a feature that gets produced. The beginning of the feature gets produced inside the embryonic process, and I ask for an example, and you'll see what he says here. So what you're saying is, do I understand when a male impregnates a female, and then there's conception, and that's that?
I didn't say humans, right?
Okay. I didn't say humans either. I said male and female, you prick. I didn't say humans either. I said male and female. Evolution happens how it happens because that's how it happens, Jim Bob, right? That's what they're saying.
I already told you there's a lot of animals that...
Notice how I didn't say humans, right? Are there male and female outside of humans?
that can reproduce asexually.
But an embryo assumes there's a population that has the embryo, right?
But you want to know about a population that has that we get a new, but don't show a human embryo. I mean, that's fine, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Why not? Why not show a human embryo?
But you want to know about how a new feature evolves, right? You're fixating on the penis.
Well, hold on a second. This is why I wanted to stop you with the embryo. Hold on, let me just ask you. It's a clarifying question. Hold on. The embryo that you're pointing to, because it comes from a previous population, I assume the previous population that the embryo comes from already has these appendages, right?
No, I'm look, you want to know about how...
See, what did he just say? Listen to what he just said. See, you can't let these guys steamroll you like this. They were like, you're interrupting. Well, no, it's important because this douchebag is trying to do some sort of angle, but he can't do it because he's supposing a bunch of the information that already is necessary for the embryo to exist in the first place. That's why he doesn't want to isolate on what it is. He's like, no, I don't want to make it a human. I don't want to make it a this. I don't want to make it a that.
All they want to do is feel smart by teaching you.
Yep.
If you don't accept their statements at face value,
yep,
you break the illusion and
That's
send
right.
them into spurg mode.
That's right. That's exactly why my challenge to Gutsick Gibbon and Forrest Valkai got declined in a formal setting. And instead they said, well, I'm going to do a stream on evolution. You can call in to the two of us. No. Hold on, let me just ask you. It's a clarifying question. Hold on. The embryo that you're pointing to, because it comes from a previous population, I assume the previous population that the embryo comes from already has these appendages, right?
No, I'm
so tired of this. Yeah, it has to be the case. It has to be the case that whatever the embryo you're talking about had some sort of predecessor. Had to have some type of parents or its own, if it was asexual or whatever. It comes from something. That means the way it develops is still in line with what it comes from. That the nature of the thing it comes from is informing what gets developed. Now watch where he tries to take this.
Look,
I'm having a hard time with this guy. I'm a weasel.
You want to know about how new things form, right? So
yeah, tell me how a new thing forms.
I'm asking you if you know anything about how anything of the morphology of an organism arises at all.
No, arises. You see what I'm saying with these people? Arises. I'm sorry, is arise a biological term? Arises. Always catch them on this. When they say arise, ask if that's a biological term. It doesn't arise. You don't say, look, are you guys having a baby? Yeah, we're waiting for it to arise. Development means directed path. If it's random and not in any direction, it's not developing. Oh, it arises. They always use these terms. Arises, emerges, emergent property, it arisen. What are you talking about? Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. His nose is so big when he glances, it covers his mustache. truly. Let's hear it again. You know, because they use a lot of non-biological magical words. Because it comes from a previous population, I assume the previous population that the embryo comes from already has these appendages, right?
No, I'm look.
He contradicts himself too. I'm talking about appendages like a foot. Now, if let's say a foot is the thing I'm actually talking about here instead of the liver or instead of the penis, let's talk about the foot. Watch this.
You want to know about how new things form, right? So I'm asking you if you know anything about how anything of the morphology of an organism arises at all.
Well,
what do you know about that process?
Well, what I'm saying is if you're going to point to an embryo, I would say that the category you're pointing to assumes that there's a population that has parts that already can produce the embryo.
There is a population of organisms.
How does the first
feature forms?
I'm asking
if you know anything about embryonic development, which is where new mutations can.
How can a mutation, like they have to say that the mutation is the development. That this is like counterintuitive. Like there's an embryo that comes from parents that have a form, that have a nature, that have a capacity to do things, and they have appendages. And the embryo, in its development, which, by the way, Dave, requires the sense of proper, that it means there's a purpose in the development. That if it doesn't develop, you could look at it and say that didn't develop, quote, properly. But you guys can't say that under your view. That's what's so wild about these people. They admit that they can't actually say something properly developed. This is the teleological problem. It's not teleological, higher purpose, meaning in the universe. Why are we here? Existential question. It's a direction problem. It's a question of directionality.
So glad you finally got to expose this fool. Murder
Thank
the
you.
media.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Vagine.
And can express themselves as new functionality, new structures, new things. Do you know anything about that process?
Well, no, I would disagree with that statement.
What do you mean you disagree with that?
Here, I'll tell you how. If he's giggling, he's such a little slimy beaver face. If you'll let me talk. So he's just nervously giggling. He's like, I'm used to arguing within the accepted assumptions that I just grant myself. This is funny. What? Wait, you're not allowing me to smuggle in a bunch of things? During the process of an embryo growing, it's already pre-coded to grow, if it's properly growing, the things that come from the previous thing. So for like a leg. Watch how he smuggles in the leg in this instance.
And if that code changes,
hold on a second. Just at the individual level, we're talking now. An embryo is an individual, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So during the process of an embryo growing, right, if you watch it grow, it starts to develop new appendages that's consistent with what it's instructed to do.
Yeah.
That's not that's not the same question as whether or not it
is the same question. You just don't understand that because you don't know.
He's not even letting me finish. You're telling me what I don't know doesn't actually solve this problem, dude. So you're not engaging with you're not actually engaging. He's giggling and trying to interrupt my line of questioning because he's nervous. He's like, I will not get owned by a guy named Jim Bob in cutoffs. I will not question because I'm asking you.
I think he is.
Hold on.
I'm asking you.
See, they're all jumping in now.
That the appendages that develop are due to the genome, the instructions in the genome, right?
It's instructed by what it comes from.
Instructions in the genome are different. If they
different instructions? No. How could a random mutation be a different instruction? See, this is the thing. They have to divert because instruction is purposeful. So he's in a contradiction. How can you assume that DNA instructs anything to do something if there's no purpose to the instruction? Right? That doesn't make any sense. And from that position, how could you say there's a diversion of instructions called a mutation away from what it's instructed to do? He says it changes. What changes? The instruction packet changes.
They change if there are mutations. What then? Could the morphology that...
And you can't even tell me whether a mutation is instructed for. That's what I'm saying. It's like that's even a deeper question here that we can't even get to because he's so philosophically inept that he can't even grasp what I'm asking.
That results also change?
No. Well, sometimes it changes, but if you're referring to an animal not properly forming something, right? Are you including that as a mutation?
New functionality, new morphology.
Okay, so you're saying at the individual level, you're observing in this case, an individual embryo in its growth developing a brand new functional appendage.
Yeah, just not like from absolutely nothing to something that exists today.
Yeah, watch this. This is a contradiction too. This is another contradiction. So I'll tell you where he's caught here because I'm about to ask him for the example, but I just want to really highlight what he just said. He said, well, no, not in the sense that it produces something suddenly that doesn't exist today, right? Just keep that in mind. He just said that. He just said it.
That is the product of millions and millions of years. We're talking about a new feature that is then selected for and enhanced and different,
What's a feature with no purpose? What the hell is a feature, dude, with no purpose? What's a feature? Oh, it has this feature. Imagine going to like a car shop. You want to buy a car, and the salesperson is Dave, and he's all, yeah, there's a new car. Oh, can you tell me the features? Yeah. Here's the feature. What's that? Oh, it doesn't have a purpose. That's a purposeless feature. We don't actually know. We don't know what it does. But if you drive it long enough, it might show itself to be useful. If there's enough time, you can show itself to be useful. Wait, so you're selling me on a car that has features, but you can't tell me what the features do? Is it beneficial? Is it a beneficial? What's a feature?
Complexifies over time.
Complexifies over time. I just say platitudes. Complexifies over time. Right. Okay, so in the individual level, what's an example of an appendage or some mutation that in the process of the embryo actually growing, it actually produces a functional advantageous appendage?
Webbed feet.
Webbed feet? Now he's in a contradiction. He just said it's not like the mutation produces some fully formed feature that shows itself to be advantageous. What's a web foot? You have a foot, right? So notice, I'm asking about the peepee, right? An appendage, an extremity. How do you develop an extremity? He says, well, if you just grant me a foot, then maybe I can work with what I think is a mutation for webbed feet for accidental purpose, by the way. Webbed feet for accidental purpose.
I don't know.
Webbed feet? Is that a dysfunction or a function?
If you live in the water, it's a function.
So wait, they already live in the water? So he's saying that there's a population of animals that already live in the water, survive in the water, breed in the water, capable of living in the water, reproducing in the water. They've existed for millions of years, according to him. When you have a mutation at the individual level called a webbed foot, he's saying that singular moment of one embryo producing a webbed foot inside of a population that already exists in the water. Look at this face. Look at this face. That's going to, suddenly cascade to a massive developmental change. Well, I'm sorry, dude. The question was about an appendage. That's equivalent to me saying, well, Dave, what actually produced workable arms with rotatable features and lubrication and joints and an operating system that informs the movement of the joints for purpose? What in the random mutation process produces this? He goes, well, fingernails. Wait. When we have webbed feet,
would be dysfunction. That's why.
Wait. That's arbitrary. Hold on. No, that's totally. Wait a second. That's post hoc. So, like, if I, advantage is post hoc. It is. Advantage from the evolutionary view and the way they they assess these things, it's always after. It's like, oh, that was an advantage. No. You have to put yourself in the place and time. If someone... You think a duck is a sea creature? No, I never said that. That's why you guys are just liars. I said if it lives in the water, if it's lives part of its life in the water, right? I didn't say a sea creature. I like when you guys talk. Every time you say something, you demonstrate how dishonest and disgusting you all are. Hold on. We're saying animals, he's the one who said it. If it already lives in the water, whatever it is, he's the one who said it, dude. No one said ducks live in the water, dude. He's the one who said, I said, is the web foot in that moment an advantage? He says, if you live in the water, he said it, dude. Now, maybe you're on my side. I don't know. I can't even tell anymore. Hold on. Maybe you're on my side. If a population of humans, for whatever... But yeah, if I take the approach that you're actually in favor of my view, it's true. If he says they live in the water, what is a web foot for something that, like a duck, that doesn't already live, that if it doesn't live in the water, right? Reason we're born with webbed feet, how would you determine that was an advantage or a disadvantage?
By if it is an advantage or a disadvantage. Nature decides.
Right. If it helps them in nature.
All right. You know, he is on their side, future foliage. No, I didn't actually name nobody actually said anything about a duck, retard. Nobody said anything about a duck. I asked if in the embryonic stage for one organism, one single individual has a mutation, I asked him to give an example, dude. He's the one who gave me the example. Numbnuts. He gave me the example. He said, well, yeah, that would be an advantage if it lives in the water. He's the one who said lives in the water. Web feet lives in the water. That's what he said, not me. Hold on. That doesn't... Hold on a second. Guy stick gibbon.
Mutation aids the survival of an organism. It is more likely to...
He's just going back and saying aids the survival. That's the thing in question.
Reproduce, and that function is selected for.
Hold on a second. That didn't answer the question.
Jim Bob.
You guys are piling on.
I know, but you're not allowed. Let Dave is all I'm saying. I'm not trying to even speak on this.
Hey, Derek, you notice who interrupted there? It was Neil.
I want to allow
Mimbo
Dave to be able to communicate too, because I know you're trying to get your point across. Dave's trying to get his point across. Let's just allow both of you guys, but don't.
That's fine.
Let's let it go both ways.
I didn't interrupt. It was Neil. So I just owned you so hard. Wow, we're really getting it. Don't do it. Let them talk, Suzanne. Let them talk. I want the chat to see their idiocy, how stupid they are. I just owned you so hard, he says. Nobody said anything about a duck. So if it's the case that when I ask the question, I'm asking a methodological question, which is what methodology would you use to determine? You're just questioning everything, but if they're all wrong, which is they're very well, you're not even engaging with what we're talking about. You guys are actually in a cult. You're not even interested in what the cross-examination is. You're not even interested. You're defending dogma. You're dogmatists. You don't think, you react to your dogma. You're not thinking. Determine something like webbed feet within humans happened at the population level, whether or not that be an advantage or not. And your answer was, we would look to see if it's an advantage.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Because nobody is determining anything. It's called natural selection.
We're not talking about whether or not it's selected for. Again, the questions I'm asking are about the factory, not about quality control. The factory itself.
Mutations that confer a survival advantage are selected for. It's statistical dynamics. Nobody is deciding anything. If you don't understand that, you don't understand literally the first thing about evolutionary biology. This is what Darwinism explained in the late 19th century.
Okay, so nobody said anything about selection, dude. Nobody. We're talking about the factory process, not the selective process. Answer, Dave, then is the answer clearly, if you were to just be really concise about it, is when I ask if a population of humans today suddenly, spontaneously, were all born, a huge population was born with webbed feet, and I asked, how would we determine whether or not that's advantageous or not? You would just simply say, we wouldn't know. We just don't know.
So there's like 18 things wrong with even the situation that you're talking about. Number one, a population doesn't spontaneously develop a new thing. It's an individual.
I said if.
Okay, so if magic that has...
It's not magic. It's not logically impossible, dummy. He thinks that arguing for the individual level is somehow a better case for evolution. It's actually a worse case for evolution. In fact, the kind of speed you need for development, for random mutation to start producing things such that a Pakicetus can turn into a whale in 15 million years, you're going to probably want to consider that a random mutation could happen at multiplicity, at scale of individuals. But he's like, no, it actually happens at one individual. Do you know how worse this is for the case for evolution? If these claims are, and this is actually opposite to what I usually debate. Most of the time, you guys have seen me debate. Most of the time, 99% of the time, when I bring this up I try to isolate a mutation at the individual, they say, it happens at the population level. Evolution happens at the population level. And he's like, no, let's go to the individual. Fine. Let's go to the individual.
It's fucking nothing to do with science. What's my response to that?
Wait, Dave, this is
a dumb question.
He's spurging so hard, man. Dave, he's
dumb to have this.
That's it. This is the end of it for him. He just says, you're too dumb to have the conversation. You're stupid. I'm not going to engage with the hypothetical. I just want to know from a student perspective, right? Imagine saying this to a student. Imagine a student asks you, wait a second, if it were the case that, like, at the individual level or a group of individuals from a population developed webbed feet or webbed hands, how would you know that was advantageous at the time? And imagine him doing this to a student. You're just too fucking dumb. You're stupid. You're an idiot. Like, that's the teacher. That's a professor. Just insults. I didn't insult him.
Conversation,
Dave.
I'm sorry.
Dave, this makes it even worse for you, by the way.
No, it doesn't, because you are not having this
Let me talk. Neil, let me talk.
You said
I am letting you talk.
Let me reply to it, you fucking tool.
See, he's just losing his shit, dude.
You said if a population magically has webbed feet, well,
it's not magical. It's not, dude, the odds, you're already arguing for odds outside of your favor, adding in the hypothetical where, for whatever reason, a population at some level, 50 creatures even, during the same, time period of their embryonic development, somehow have a similar mutation. Maybe it's an external thing. Maybe there's some radiation or something. Whatever. The point is, a multiplicity of mutations produce webbed feet, right? Forget the cause. How do you determine it's an advantage or not? Is the question. No answer. You know why? He's spurging here because he's going to try to draw up drama and some sort of explosion here, and I'm staying calm. He's trying to draw this up so he doesn't have to deal with this question. That's clearly what he's doing. And Neil's helping him out by being a little nice and white knighting Neil, right? Coming in and trying to save him from this. He's actually losing his shit right now. All I asked was if there's a mutation, that occurs that produces webbed feet, whether it's at the individual level or 50 or 100 or whatever, what's the methodology you use to determine whether or not it's advantageous at the time? How do you determine that?
Well, that's not a thing that happens. Number two, humans are no longer participating in natural selection in the way that the rest of the animal kingdom is.
How did you know that?
Because we don't die if you're weak, right?
Dude, this is how broken their philosophy is. I just want you to, this is where it really starts to fall apart for him. How do you know humans aren't participating, let's say, subject to natural selection? Because we don't die if we're weak. That's how he determined it. Do you know that we die if we're strong? Do you know that we still die if we're strong? Yeah, he said it. He said this. Because we don't die if we're weak. Which really opened up a whole slew of other questions here, which is really funny because he's saying we don't die because we're weak because of advantageous technology. We're able to survive longer by, avoiding bacterial infections and antibiotics and surgeries and all these things, right? We live longer, right? We live longer. But that's what's so silly is because he's taking a time capsule, his own arbitrary time frame to say we're not subject to natural selection, but it's arbitrary. He's too stupid to even consider this cross-examination. As soon as you expand the time frame in which you're determining we're subject to natural selection or not, it could very well be the case that humans developing the ability to live longer by way of technology and artificial means could actually be a disadvantage in the long run. It's actually not too crazy to think of, is that our ability to develop calluses, biological calluses, so to speak, against the world is going away. That the necessity for things like hyper precise smell associations or sight or anything else, that the crisis that we're exposed to is necessary for our strength, right? Admittedly, from his perspective, building up callus against the external world, whether it's immunity or muscle or thick skin or thick foot pads, whatever it is, right? That if you mitigate that with technology and you live luxuriously, how could he possibly say that in the long term that we're not still subject to natural selection? In this case, it's really simple. For anyone thinking in the chat understands this already. If you mitigate the ability to naturally fight things in the world by way of luxurious technology, right? Then in the long term, if that technology suddenly cuts off and breaks and you don't have it anymore, you've just annihilated yourself. This is why his entire view is arbitrary.
If you're a weak person or a dumb person, society, there's a safety net.
Chemistry is real and magic is fake, so you don't have an explanation for what you keep saying is a problem. No, chemistry is actually the problem. That's what's funny. I don't introduce magic. Notice how that I'm not introducing any of my views. From your view, your own thinking is chemistry, butthead. Explanations, pure chemical reactions from your view. You don't even, your view, future foliage, you can't even tell me what an explanation is from a naturalistic view. You can't even tell me what it is. You guys are so lost. You're in such a naturalistic cult. Your philosophy is non-existent. You're like drones. You're like actual drones. You don't think. You're not thinking beings. Didn't Matt Walsh make an example of Dave years ago? Dave said the definition of woman is complicated and complained liberals aren't liberal. Yeah, he shut off his comments for some of his trans arguments because he just got obliterated. Talk about fantasy. This is a dude who says he's scientifically literate and he's fighting pseudoscience, but literally says women can have penises.
Place so that we
how would you know? Wait.
What do you mean? How do I know the most basic?
He doesn't like to know. He doesn't like these basic questions. How do you know? What do you mean? How do you know? See, watch. He's losing his shit.
Because you are not having this.
Let me talk. Neil, let me talk.
You said
I am letting you talk.
Let me reply to it, you fucking tool. You said if a population magically has webbed feet, well, that's not a thing that happens. Number two, humans are no longer participating in natural selection in the way that the rest of the animal kingdom is.
How did you know that?
Because we don't die if you're weak, right? If you're a weak person or a dumb person, society, there's a safety net in place so that we
How would you know? This is so contradictory too. So he just said, he's so stupid, dude. He's such a moron. He just said that technology currently is making us dumber. He's saying that the ability to have a safety net is actually making us dumber as a population, as a species. And he says, see, technology is making us dumber. Therefore, we're not subject to natural selection. Where are you guys? Where is his audience right now? He just said it. He just said it. Technology, medical advancement, safety net is making us dumber. It means that the dumber people are living longer because they have a safety net, right? He's saying that means we're no longer under natural selection. It's the opposite, dude. How could it be the case that something that makes humans dumber on net balance isn't going to be some variable that makes us more subject to natural selection? You're such an idiot, dude. It's an embarrassment.
Oh,
wait.
What do you mean?
That's not what he said. He just said that. He just said it. What are you talking about? You guys have to lie. You guys have to lie.
Because you are not having this.
Let me talk. Neil, let me talk.
You said
I am letting you talk.
Let me reply to it, you fucking tool. You said if a population magically has webbed feet, well, that's not a thing that happens. Number two, humans are no longer participating in natural selection in the way that the rest of the animal kingdom is.
How did you know that?
Because we don't die if you're weak, right?
So being weak, see, he just said it, dude. He just said it. Look at Big Tech's here. Big Tech, tell me, if human beings develop technology that on net balance makes us more weak, is that an advantage under natural selection or a disadvantage? I know you guys can't answer direct questions, but let's see if you can do this. Maybe I'll do it in slow-mo. If technology and development makes human beings weaker, but keeps them alive because they have a safety net, and it makes human beings on net balance weaker, is that an advantage from the view of natural selection or a disadvantage? That's how he's wrong, dummy. He just argued that being weak, given technology, makes us no longer subject to natural selection. Excuse me? Really? So if you train humans to survive in a weak way, right, not using their proper facility, their faculties to develop immunities or things against nature, right, like shields from nature, then they're no longer subject to natural selection. Yeah. Shut off all the technology and see what happens. I mean, it's so retarded, dude. You guys are really stupid people.
If you're a weak person or a dumb person, society, there's a safety net in place so that we
How would you know?
Wait.
What
do you mean? How do I know?
Excuse me isn't an explanation? Okay, let's watch this. Watch what he's about to say. You're on Dave's side, right? Watch this. Watch how inconsistent Big Tech is. Watch this.
And magically has webbed feet. Well, that's not a thing that happens. Number two, humans are no longer participating in natural selection in the way that the rest of the animal kingdom is.
How did you know that?
Because we don't die if you're weak, right?
We don't die if you're weak. I'm flabbergasted. We're no longer subject to natural selection because we're able to be weak. We're no longer subject to natural selection because we're weak.
If you're a weak person or a dumb person, society, there's a safety net in place so that we
How would you know? That's what I'm saying, dude. How could you, like, Big Tech, you think a little bit, right? How could you just hear what he's saying, right? I know you take sides here, but be objective. How could you not be objective with this? He just made the argument that if human beings figure out a way to survive longer as weak people, we're no longer subject to natural selection. How would you know that? The moment that you're no longer leaning on your crutch called technology, you die, right? You guys are just so dumb. Wait.
What do you mean? How do I know the most basic things that are self-evident?
He just did an excuse me, really. What do you mean? How do I know the things that are self-evident? He says self-evident. That's hilarious.
Evident. What the fuck? Are you talking about?
Self-evident now. Okay.
Yes.
You're available for, well, let me get through this and you can call in, okay, on Discord if you want. Hold on a second.
Do we
Okay, let's go.
If there is a weak person,
Wow.
do we just let them die? Do we let a lion eat them and they die? Is that how society works?
Depends where you are.
It
So
depends where you are. Where is a
Yeah.
society? Where is a civil? Where is a city?
some people
where-
in China actually let people who got hit by cars just die in the street because it's like it's true utility issue. So
Cool.
but it's cool. I just gave you a counterexample. He says cool.
But is
Regardless of
that
what are you talking about? By the way, wouldn't it be an advantage to them to let the weak die? You guys are so philosophically inept. It's insane. From an evolutionary view, that would be a disadvantage. The advantage would be culling the weak. That would be an advantage to a population. Culling the weak, letting them die. That would be an advantage. It would be a disadvantage keeping weak people inside the population. Case in point, it's in certain countries, it's seen as a weak thing about the society to have Down syndrome people. They literally did a campaign to abort all Down syndrome people, getting rid of all Down syndrome from the population. Is that an advantage? Dave,
is that the majority
Neil,
of people?
Shut the fuck
No,
up.
but that
Neil.
matters, though. That matters. You're just
No, it
pointing
doesn't.
to one random
It doesn't
thing.
matter. Let's talk about web feed again. Neil, let's go back to the individual. Neil, shut up. I gotta piss. 1 second. By the way, I just pissed, and according to Dave here, there was no purpose. My body, it wasn't a purpose to pee. It was purposeless. That peeing itself, the process that developed accidentally, and it accidentally removes things from the body, accidentally.
What do you mean? Do we care about animals?
Yeah. No. Do we actively? Let me answer the question. Ask the question. He really doesn't like this because he said, well, humans care for people and they take care of them, so we're no longer subject to natural selection. Listen to this. He said humans are no longer participating in natural selection because we have all this advanced technology to take care of us. We also take care of animals.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's also not talk about cattle.
No, not cattle, you squirmy, wormy weasel. No. No, nice try, Dave. No, not just cattle. We're stewards of animals. We keep populations down by way of guns. It's not just animal husbandry. It's not just feeding cattle. It's not just feeding cows. What are you talking about? We keep coyote populations down, deer populations down. We spend a massive amount of money maintaining large amounts of land for animals to exist in. Otherwise, who knows what would happen? By his metric, right? How can he say that's not natural selection itself? If natural selection is the environment dictating the outcome of the animals and humans are the environment, how could you possibly say humans dictating the outcome of animals isn't natural selection itself? These people don't think properly. Coincidentally, they don't believe that there's a proper way to think. They really are. They really are numpties.
Let's talk about
conservation. Nope, no. Hold on. Now you're in a weak spot, okay? Because
if you wanted to talk about evolution.
See what I'm saying? He's stuck, right? This is him being caught in a problem here, an epistemic problem, how he knows something, and he doesn't want to deal with it. He doesn't want to deal with it. He just said something so stupid that if you just point to a couple of examples, he's like, no, let's not talk about it, right?
Of various morphological features of animals. This evolution took place hundreds of millions of years ago. If you want to talk about that, the thing that you pretended you wanted to learn about, let's talk about that. Let's not talk about human society. What do you want to talk about?
Human society would also be included in natural selection, dude.
I wanted to talk about where penises came from.
Okay, you're Spurgeon now. Okay, so if it's the case that you arbitrarily... Oh, wow, Neil, thanks. That's really smart, Neil. Neil, shut up, dude.
You're Spurgeon, bro. Look at you.
I'm trying... You can't even see me.
Well, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Dude, you guys are... Neil sucks so bad. You're interrupting. This is crazy. So if it's the case that you determine that natural selection is no longer happening at some level with humans, but it is... Huge super chat right there. Massive. Holy cow! That is a big super chat. Josiah Eliron coming in with a massive $100 donation. Thank you so much, Josiah. Really appreciate that. He says, we need you in this sphere so badly, if for no other reason, to enlighten idiots who listen to this garbage. Yeah, well, a lot of them are in the chat right now. Is with other animals, right? I'm asking you. You made that claim, right?
The point is also valid for livestock. So what?
Dude, he's so stupid.
Talk about wild animals.
Whoa. No, wild animals. We still influence wild animals.
It's all life prior to modern human civilization.
Wait a second.
You keep saying wait a second and cutting him off.
Yeah, shut up, Neil. Neil, shut up.
But if he did that.
Shut up, Neil.
You freak out.
Shut up.
Let him finish his point, though.
Shut up, dude. You're saying nothing.
Let Jim Bob answer your questions before.
Yeah, let Jim Bob answer your questions.
Before you stop him.
Wow.
Hold on, Jim Bob. Hold on.
Okay, Neil. Dude, these people are... It's so bad. It's just so... Like, their culture itself is bad. They have a bad intellectual culture itself. It's really bad. Oh my gosh, dude.
Jim Bob, Neil. You keep asking a question, and then as soon as he starts to answer it, you go, hold on a second, wait a minute, but what about this? He never gets to finish the
Oh, Neil. Oh, that's so sweet of Neil. Neil coming in, defending his widow buddy, Dave. He needs Neil. Neil, I need you.
Answer to your question.
I apologize.
Right. You want to learn how new morphology arises. So I'm talking...
Arises. Arises.
Can we have a formal list of all the bullets Savo proponents need to bite? For example, if someone smarter than Dave here concede the universe is nihilistic and deterministic, would they at least be logically consistent?
No. No, they don't talk about that. They call that philo-broing, right? When you talk about this stuff, you go, hey, hold on a second. There's definitely a philosophy in play when you're talking about science and evolution, for sure. So let's talk about whether or not this is coherent here.
Talking about mutations and embryonic development. Would you like to have that conversation, or do you want to keep shitting your pants about what modern humans are doing?
Well, the reason I'm asking the question about the selective process, if you're saying that having webbed feet as a mutation that happens in the embryo stage for an individual, if that thing produces webbed feet, the question I'm going to ask you, regardless if it's human or not, is how would you determine it's an advantage or a mutation that's a disadvantage? How would you determine that?
If it lives longer. If
it lives longer, arbitrary. Longer than what, dude? You see how stupid this is? Longer than what? Longer than what? How much longer? They just say live longer. If it helps it live longer. How would you know the thing helped it live longer? You know what the answer is? You determine whether or not a singular webbed foot that accidentally emerged from a mutation in the embryo stage, that the way in which you would determine whether or not that actually helped it live longer is if you could imagine it. Watch.
It helps it survive.
That's not a how would you know it helped it survive, dude? You smug. Look at that face. Look at that face. Look at that face. The question, how would you know if it helped it survive? The answer, if it helped it survive. Wait, how would you determine that
it swims fast?
See, I'm trying to ask. How would you know it helped it?
Okay,
so if humans could swim faster, it doesn't apply.
Stop talking about humans. Stop talking about humans.
Okay. Why? Why stop talking about humans? Okay. So
we're talking about animals in general.
So if animals in general, humans are animals. Why doesn't he want to talk humans? No, we're talking about animals in general. Don't talk about humans. Not allowed to talk about humans. Okay, so you know why? Because if the same thing happened, which it does happen, there's something that happens where people are born with webbed fingers, webbed toes. He doesn't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. You know why? Because what you get is if there is some sort of information already embedded that let's say the misfiring or something, right? Because you would have to determine whether or not someone having a webbed finger was an improper expression. That's the real crux of it there. Like they have to assume there's no such thing as an improper expression of genes. So that if, someone has a child with webbed feet or a deformity, you actually can't say it's a deformity from the evolutionary view. And this is brutal. This is brutal. This is both rhetorically, visually brutal, but it's also brutal from their perspective, their epistemic system, is that you really can't say a deformity. Turns out it was an advantage. This guy says it's not brutal. There's nothing brutal about it. Cool. Let me answer your question. Answer the question then. How would you know something's an actual deformity versus a mutation towards some use? Watch this. Watch the silence. Let's all zero in on this guy, average lizard. Tell me how you would know something was a deformity, that is to say it was a mistake in contrast to how it should have been, or it was a mutation that over time could in fact be an advantage. You tell me how you determine that. Watch the silence. Watch how silent it gets. Let's all wait for this guy, average lizard. Let's all wait. Everybody wait. I need waiting music. Okay, I didn't know he'd answer this quickly, but I'm happy he did. He says, I didn't ask because. Look, when I ask what's the methodology, he says because. This is hilarious. Watch this.
His face has me looking for the early life section of his wiki.
Because we can know if it's helpful for your life. Because we can know if it's helpful for your life. No, that's what's in question, Momo. Four fingers bad. I'm sorry. Four fingers bad? Wasn't there a previous version of less fingers? Aren't there animals with not as many fingers? Four fingers bad? Why? Why four fingers bad? Dude, these people they really, honestly, it's like, they really should be put into zoos, honestly. That was his question. How do you determine if something's a deformity? Because I think it's a deformity, because I think it's bad. How would you know in the long term, through natural selection, anything that was a deformity was bad? Because it's bad. So if one embryo, right, isn't this more of a Lamarckian view, though? Isn't that something you reject?
It's not.
Okay, so I wanted to get to this. I could be wrong about this, but if the claim is an embryo, inside the development of the embryo is a mutation that for that individual produced web feet, The view is, if that thing had a good time in life, it was an advantage in that life, in that singular life cycle. It was an advantage. That thing gets passed down to the next thing, right? And I go, is that Lamarckian? The notion that an organism can pass on to its offspring physical characteristics, web feet, that the parent organism acquired through use during its lifetime. How is it that you're claiming, from your perspective, in this case, an embryo develops a mutation in the process which produces a web foot, that in its life, that characteristic gives it an advantage? When it becomes a parent, the organism that acquired that web foot and used it during its lifetime passes it down. I did. Gates of Delirium, I did. I talked to a fucking professional. That didn't go well for him. Gates of Delirium. That didn't go well for him. But I want to know from you guys, how is it he just didn't express directly Lamarckian inheritance theory? I don't understand how he could possibly say this. Advantage or a mutation that's a disadvantage? How would you determine that?
If it lives longer, if it helps it survive.
Wait, how would you determine that? If it helps it survive.
It swims faster.
Okay, so if humans could swim faster, it doesn't apply.
Stop talking about humans.
Okay.
We're talking about animals in general.
So if one embryo, okay,
The
so if one
quackening.
embryo,
The
right,
quackening.
isn't this more of a Lamarckian view though? Isn't that something
No,
you reject?
it's not.
Okay.
No.
No, it's not. It sounds exactly like it, though. I don't know. This doesn't make sense. Jim Bob just got back from the doctor. Turns out I've developed a new proto-organ that makes frozen yogurt. Sounds gross, but it's actually good. Huge super chat from Chaw.
That is a big super chat.
He says evolution is just biological post hoc justifications. Absolutely. It's a philosophy. As soon as you realize that the entire idea requires you to accept an entire system of contradictions, it actually just becomes a joke. Dinosaurs are real, though. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild.
No, it is not.
Okay, so if an embryo hatches a web feet and otherwise its previous population didn't have web feet, you would determine whether or not that was selected for if it swam faster.
If it confers a survival advantage, the question will always be, if it confers a survival advantage, then it is more likely to stay alive and therefore more likely to reproduce and therefore more likely to pass on that genome to offspring. This is evolutionary biology 101 that you should have learned in middle school. And if you want me to repeat it over and over and over.
Even if that's granted, it still doesn't get you appendages, right? This is their only tactic. They try to poison the well and try to go, well, you should have learned this. Well, no, the question isn't whether or not a mutation that exists, like a web foot or Down syndrome, can be then passed down genetically. The question is whether or not that process can produce hyper-specialized functions.
And over again, I will, but the answer is never going to change.
Okay, so purpose, right? It's used. It's not. Is it purposeful? No, it's accidental survival. Let's just carry this story out. So this individual has web feet, and it helps it swim, and therefore it helped it.
Evo proponent here. All of human evolution is a meaningless chemical reactions. The word deformity is a reflection of human preference. At Ripsm225 in the chat if you want to have a back and forth.
Well, no, you could go on Discord after I finish this and say that. But then that's the thing, is like that defeats knowledge from the evolutionary view. Why? Because something adjacent to a deformity from the evolutionary view is the brain's function and what it does. Like, so there can't be a wrong way of thinking of using your brain. There couldn't be a wrong way to use your brain. There can't be a wrong way to think from an evolutionary view. It's impossible. The same way that you can't say there's a deformity. That's my entire argument against Dave here, that he doesn't realize. This is all leading up to chance. The entire exchange is me not coming in hot, just asking really basic questions, them looking at me like I'm an idiot, like a seventh grader, and then getting him to bite the bullet on chance, which he didn't foresee. He didn't know that he was going to step in that log, but he did, didn't he? He stepped right in it, and we're all very helpful, grateful for it. 2 minutes, one more chat on this goal to be met, y'all. So, all right, let's listen. Live longer because it swam faster.
Yep.
Okay. And then it has children, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what part of the process transfers that web foot mutation to its offspring based on selection?
What do you mean? What process? Do you understand how reproduction works? You understand that the offspring gets its genome from the parents, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, like, it doesn't generally affirm that they're going to get it. They're going to get the trait, right? Doesn't say that. That's the thing, is like this one singular mutation that produced a web foot. He's basically saying, mathematically speaking, that the one thing in a population that produces a web foot, diverging away from all other previous populations of that exact animal that survived just well with what it had, that singular one, that was the start. That was the start of a new clade, essentially. That one single mutation accounts for all of the population having web feet, even though from that view, they need more animals to procreate with. You know, you need a multiplicity of animals to procreate with. You need a population to do that, to transfer that web foot. But if it's a singular, they almost have their own atom. It's funny. Like they have to have their own atom, patient zero of the web foot. And that is the great grandfather for all things in that animal category for having all web feet today, later on. It's that one single special one. Yeah, but if it was random, it doesn't verify. It doesn't. I was good faith. I didn't act out. Maybe I interrupted here and there, but that's normal. And they were, all three of them were douchebags. Actually,
the initial mutation was random.
Hold on a second. Well, the initial mutation's random, but so is the transferring. Because it's not going to happen. It might happen. Again, is it guaranteed that the offspring will get the web feet?
No, not.
See, he's in a contradiction. He says, "Oh, the original mutation is random, not the rest," and then he just contradicts himself. Well, is the transfer of that random thing guaranteed? Not random, determined? No, that's chance too.
Guaranteed. In sexual reproduction, you have two parents, and you get a chromosome from each.
Another middle school concept.
See, poisoning the well, Neil. Shut up, Neil. Neil's nervous. He needs to poison the well. You see what he does here? He's such a little snake, dude. Individual has web feet, and it helps it swim, and therefore it helped it live longer because it swam faster.
Yep.
Okay. And then it has children, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what part of the process transfers that web foot mutation to its offspring based on selection?
What do you mean? What process? Do you understand how reproduction works? You understand that the offspring gets its genome from the parents, right?
No. He just said, "Do you understand how reproduction works?" You mean by chance? You admit 2 seconds later by chance, right? To say something works a certain way, but also say it's by chance is a contradiction. It's so broken. No, don't you understand how this works? You mean by chance? Yeah, it works by chance. What do you mean?
Right?
Yeah. Right? Don't you understand how it works? You mean by chance? You can't, this is the thing. This is why teleology, even at the smaller level, I forgot what it's called. Someone help me in the chat. There's another word for like a subset of teleology that's more like a local sense of the word. I forgot what it was. It sounds similar. But anyway, that's why it's important, because when you ask these people about these processes, which are dictated by chemistry and genes and direction, they simultaneously hold there's no direction. And then they argue, don't you understand how this, quote, works? No, works, Dave, assumes that there's a way it works and a way it doesn't work. But if it's chance, you don't have the way it works. You have chance. That's what you have. You have chance. Yeah, but if it was random, it doesn't verify. It doesn't actually.
The initial mutation was random.
See, he's trying to isolate that and make that exclusive. Watch 1 second later. No. The initial mutation is random. Hold on a second. Is it guaranteed that the offspring will get the webbed feet?
No, not.
Oh, no. Also, that's random. Also. He says the initial. You are very naive. No arguments from you guys. All you guys say is nuh-uh. That's false. That's a false statement. You're not saying anything, dude. You're very naive. That's not an argument. You guys have nothing. You got nothing. It's pathetic.
Guaranteed. In sexual reproduction, you have two parents, and
you're arguing the sky is in blue. No, the sky being blue or not is a descriptive claim about a referent out there. Evolution is claiming a causal mechanistic system. The sky being blue or not blue is a descriptive thing about it's not an object actually, but something out there you're looking at. That's not even the same category, dude. You guys are so brainwashed. It's sickening. It's a scientific fact. You don't know what a scientific fact is. In fact, according to your own inductive principles, facts change. You guys are so low tier. According to your own principles, inductive principles, facts aren't actually absolutely true. And no, evolution's not a scientific fact. Science is a method that assumes facts exist and then develops theories about causal relations between things. What causes phenomenon? That's what science is. It's a method. Even the term scientific fact is a colloquialism. You don't know what you're talking about. All of you guys, line up in the Discord. I dare you. You're real safe in the chat. I dare you to sign into Discord.
You get a chromosome from each.
Another middle school concept.
Each chromosome.
Unbelievable, Neil.
Yeah.
I'm a well-poisoning demon.
It's another middle school question.
No. Yeah, the fact that middle school questions get you to contradict yourself says a lot about your view, not mine. It's a good question because how the ducks get web feet by living in the water or magic? What do you mean? It's not by living in the water. That's not even an evolutionary view, dummy. You think the water caused ducks to get web feet from the evolutionary view? You guys keep talking. I love it. You guys think water caused web feet? I just want you guys to look at the comments here. I'm so glad they're all here. How many we got in the chat? Like 900? Half of them have to be these guys. Listen, look at the statement, you guys. Look at the statement. You asked a question based on evolution, neither. Actually, evolution would posit more so magic, actually. But How did ducks get webbed feet? By living in the water? That's not even the evolutionary view. It randomly happened. Not by living in the water. You don't even know what you believe, dude.
Because on meiosis and stuff.
Okay, but now you have this view that, like, Ragebait says, why do ducks have webs? You don't need all caps. We know how to read, dude. It doesn't make you special. I've seen your comments before. Why do ducks have web feet? Well, from the evolutionary view, there's no reason why they do. Did you know that? From the Evo view, there's no reason. There is no reason why they have web feet. It was an accident. The reason they kept web feet, from your view, is natural selection. The reason they have web feet to begin with, no reason. Not a single reason. Just random mutation produced web feet. Not for a reason. Not for a reason. Like, if something happens at the individual level, like web feet, and in that lifetime it survived and it did better, it could just be a happy accident that time. Yes, but what increases the chances of it passing that same web foot down? Is there anything that increases that chances? Or no?
No, not in terms of the randomness of which chromosome.
Randomness, right? Now, I could have got him on this. This is one of my favorite things to do. I was picking and choosing my battles here, but he's talking with his fingers about randomness. Guess what, Dave? Guess what? Not even your best so far evolutionary biologist that debated me could tell me how he determined something was random.
So from which parent goes into the offspring? No, it's chance.
Chance. Okay, so it's just chance.
Which chromosome?
Look, Neil coming in to save.
Which parent?
Oh my gosh, Neil.
Can I attempt to just add some nuance?
Oh, shut up, Neil, dude. You suck so bad.
You can get around it.
How did you do this, dude? How did you even get in the sphere, Neil?
Find more mates easier.
If it's dead.
No, that doesn't follow. You're just imagining that one web foot from a mutation suddenly results in them finding mates easier? No. First of all, where are they? Where are the mates? How would that be a massive advantage to begin with? But even it doesn't matter. Even if I granted one web foot, hypothetically from your view, gives a massive advantage in that lifetime of that one duck, that still doesn't say anything about the mechanism that's being argued that produces a brain. What's a brain before a brain, right? Just for tolerating? Yeah, indeed. That's pretty much why you guys should be, filling the war chest.
Ed, it can't mate.
If it can't move around and its legs missing, it's not going to find a mate. If it can swim.
Yeah, coming from a guy that has to assume that an ancestor of this thing that had a leg once didn't have a leg. That's what's so stupid about these people. They look at all the mechanisms that an animal has, and they go, well, it has it because it helps survival. Well, no, it had to get it from a time where it didn't have it, right? So they always do this. They say, well, clearly the thing with the thing survives better. Well, okay, better than what? Obviously, there's millions of years, according to you, where an ancestor of this thing didn't have those things. So obviously it survived just fine. What's better? Better than what? Better than what?
Swim fast, gonna find a mate.
Wait. What if the thing that's not swimming has closer proximity to the females?
It got lucky.
God,
It got lucky. See, that's the thing. It's like they don't know. They're rolling their eyes, but these really basic questions, admittedly, I'm pretending, hey, let's ask the most basic questions. To them, it's like, oh, look, swap out an actual seventh grader, and this is the kind of reaction you get, right? Imagine this: the seventh grader's asking this question, and they're rolling their eyes and calling you dumb, and really they're just hypothetically speaking thinking of a world in which one webbed foot that happened accidentally in the the embryonic stage of development, gave this one single thing a massive advantage against the whole population of millions of years of the thing it came from, totally fine-tuning their existence without the web foot. How could it be not negligible, honestly? How could it not be negligible? Think about this for a second. Visualize this. You have a population of said animal without web feet that through their own paradigm has developed superb capabilities of mating, reproducing, offense, defense, managing the external world, identifying predators, whatever it is, right? Grant them the whole package, right? From their view, millions of years of this thing. And then Dave comes in and says, there's a mutation in this one individual with a web foot. And somehow from their view, they have to look at that as some sort of feature that doesn't produce a negligible outcome, right? They have to hold that. I just hear word salads. You don't have any arguments, man. You don't have any arguments. You got nothing. Call in the Discord and I will hand your ass to you.
That's a lucky one. It got lucky.
Call in.
But
it sounds like just post hoc. Like, yeah, it's worse than post hoc. It's worse. Just imagining chemistry is real. Are all of your thoughts and beliefs chemistry? Future foliage? Chemistry is real. Wow, that's great.
Post hoc. If it survives for longer, it has a
longer than what, Dave?
Better chance of reproducing. And
if it survives longer, why would a web foot against a whole population that doesn't have web feet that survived many, many, many generations beforehand, why would that one duck survive longer? What's longer? A week longer than the current population that does just fine? Do you guys understand this problem? Their hypothetical in their head is completely arbitrary. Survives longer? Longer than what? What it reaches what? All the other ones are dying rapidly because they don't have this one web foot? Longer than what? I'm wondering how EVOs explain multiple populations in the same environment if there's one that's clearly the most advantageous. Well, they just keep granting themselves time. So they're like, well, this advantage existed, but it takes time for the other ones to not have it, to die. So in this case, there's a population of animals that doesn't have a web foot. There's one single mutation for an individual that produces a web foot. And they had such a good life. They were like the Michael Jordan of that population. And they lived, whatever the animal is, let's say it lives 15 years. It lived 16 years. And therefore, downstream from that one mutation, that animal lived 16 years as opposed to 11. And because of that, all of those things now have web feet.
We'll reproduce more.
Okay, so I want to get this, and I don't want to keep you too long because you were on your way out, Dave. I appreciate the time.
Yeah.
But if everything is by chance and ultimately accidental, but you're saying the selection process, he says, yes, then it reproduced it statistically speaking. Yeah, you're just imagining statistics, dude. You're literally imagining in your head. Tell me, how is it? You're arguing something beyond negligibility, right? You're saying that one single organism in the embryonic stage produces a web foot. In contrast to the previous population that survived for many, many, many thousands of years without web feet. In fact, they're completely adaptive, right? In fact, the person with the web foot would need to adapt to having this new thing. That's the other part you guys always miss out. If you just randomly give someone something, they have to figure out how to use it too. It doesn't just, your view is they just are given a new technology. Right? Not to mention that there is a phenomenon inside of animal groups where if something's different than the other, it's actually mistreated. What about that? What about the fact that it's observable that groups of animals that have offspring, if one doesn't match, if it's a runt or something's mismatched, whether or not they interpret that or not with some sort of pseudo lower state mind or reasoning, they don't focus on that, right? It's like a lesser than. So, like, you know, from their view, this is what's funny. From their view, there's always a new black sheep, an ugly duckling, right? There's always a new one. But that's the pioneer, right? Being different is pioneer. Like, it's the whole thing. It's like, I'm different. Debate with Dave. I offered him a debate, lil bro. Why don't you debate? Why do you nominate him? Why don't you debate, lil bro? Is not accidental. You're saying that
Correct.
Things produce from random mutation by chance. It might be the case that it gets passed down. Lucky that thing, right?
Yes. Mutation
so-
is random, natural selection is not.
Okay, so then would you agree? Yeah, I offered him a debate, dummy. Tell him that. Tell him that. Tell him to defend evolution against me in a proper debate. Now, he won't do it, Andre, because lil bro, he just titled this conversation right here as a debate. Now, notice that you are smart enough at least to notice that this conversation I'm having with him right now that we're reviewing isn't a debate, is it? Right, Andre? Andre, I don't know if you know this. The guy he's talking to right now that I'm reviewing is me. Do you admit that this isn't a debate? Agree that from your perspective that the brain was a process of random mutations produced by random mutations? This is the best right here. This is beautiful. Honestly, this is where I really earned all of the cheers. Is not accidental. You're saying that
Correct.
Things produce from random mutation by chance. It might be the case that it gets passed down. Lucky that thing, right?
Yes. Mutation
so-
is random, natural selection is not.
Okay, so then would you agree that from your perspective that the brain was a process of random mutations
Listen to this.
produced
Listen
by
to this.
random mutations?
Brains in general and every other organ and every other aspect of all life ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so then, and it wasn't developed for any purpose, right?
No, not any inherent purpose, but it is useful, right?
So it's useful. Okay, so the brain didn't develop for any inherent purpose, neither did the liver or the heart or bones or the spinal cord or anything in biology. There's no purpose inherently. In other words, the function that it does, the tasks that it completes is accidental. There's no purpose to it. It's not inherent, which is weird because how do you describe what a liver is if you don't describe inherently what its purpose is? How do you describe what a liver is without describing the function of the purposeful function that it does for the body? Inherent. That's what would be inherent, actually.
Animals with brains have processing ability, and then especially humans, we have this huge frontal lobe that is capable of all kinds of complex.
I understand. But you would say that your brain has no real purpose, right?
It has no inherent purpose. I use it for the purpose of thinking.
See, I use it for the purpose of thinking. There's an I that holds the brain that does thinking, right? From his dopey metaphysics, right? I use my brain to think. What's the I? You are the brain, dude. Now this is a killer. Watch. He just says, I use my brain to think. Watch this. Okay, but it's not made for the purpose of thinking.
There is no God that...
See, he didn't want to answer this directly. That's the only failure here. I didn't say anything about God, you goblin. Nobody said anything about God. I just want the audience to know what he just said and now what he's avoiding to actually affirm. Total squirrel, this guy. The brain doesn't exist for the purpose of thinking. A simple question. Oh, there's no God.
On purpose made things with the purpose that
I didn't say God. No, God doesn't exist in this hypothetical.
Okay.
I just want you to understand from your view.
Then you would agree that nothing would have
He's so stuck here, dude.
any kind of inherent purpose from a higher power. If it's all chance,
No one talked about a higher power, bro.
then there's no inherent purpose to anything other than what proliferates due to conferring a survival advantage.
That's a purpose. So there's no purpose other than this one special pleading purpose. And so why would I listen to sounds coming from a purposeless brain?
Because I'm right.
There's your guy, guys, in the chat. Here's your guy. This is your guy. Because I'm right. And look at these other dummies. I mean, Neil, really, truly, shame on you, Neil. Neil calls himself, oh, no, I want to get into this debate sphere. You know, I like talking about epistemology. I like talking about this stuff. You know, I really like this stuff. You know what I mean? This is fun stuff. Look at these two guys. Neil, terrible, bro. Did you just hear what he said? His justification. Why would I listen to the sounds, the utterances coming out of a hole in your head that are derivative byproducts of a purposeless brain that's not designed to think, that's not purposed to think? Neil's like, oh, unbelievable. Okay, well, thanks for the... What happened, Neil? What happened, Neil? This guy with that face just said that. These guys with that face. This guy, because I'm right. This guy, he's so smart. The conversation then.
Happy to do it. Hope you learned.
That was great, Jim Bob. I enjoyed you calling on. Thanks.
I mean, it's just insane. All right. Do we have anybody in Discord? Anybody? All right. We got anybody in Discord. Okay, let me get Discord up. Hopefully we can get some interaction here in this topic, okay? All right. Hello. Who we got? We got Big Tech in here? There's Big Tech. I'm muted.
Oh, hell yeah. Hey, Jim Bob. How's it going, brother?
Hey, hold on a second, Big Tech. I think I'm hearing... it's kind of echoey, but I think I can handle it. It's fine, I think.
Cool, bro. Good show. Digging it. I saw the whole thing go down with you and the other guys.
Can you not talk like that? Just use your regular voice. It's annoying.
I know it's kind of annoying, but it's kind of my character.
Oh,
you don't mind if I do it?
Oh, it sounds like Chase Haggard.
All right, I'll quit it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me fix something. I'll be right back. Hold on just a second.
It sounds like Chase Haggard. It's every time I get excited and I think there's somebody, it's Chase Haggard. I try and I try.
All right, Jim Bob.
All right, thanks.
I'm it's Big Tech now. That was Tech Monkey. That was another guy. It wasn't me. I had to.
Oh, is that a character for your stream?
Yeah, it's a totally different guy named
Tech
Monkey.
Fair enough.
Thanks. Yeah, some people aren't ready to talk. You'll get used to him though. You'll see him around.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So what's up?
Yeah. What's up? Yeah. What's up? So, what should we talk about? Web feed or something?
I mean, you were in the chat, so I wanted. Obviously, you have a take on this. I don't know if you watched and consumed all of that exchange, especially the last part. That's the part that's really crucial because if someone holds the view that their brain doesn't have the purpose for thinking, then everything they think about evolution itself would be in question because they're the one evaluating this stuff. And if there's no proper way to evaluate things and there's no proper way to think, I'm not sure from that view how anyone could have any sort of reliable epistemic system. So I'll just ask you straight up. From your view, do you believe that the brain, there's no purpose of the brain to think? Do you believe that?
Wait, do you mean human brains or all brains?
The human brain, is the purpose for the human brain to think?
Well,
Well, I mean, it does so many things besides thinking, so that can't be the purpose of it.
Does it have a purpose to think?
Yeah, I don't know. How would we know if that was the purpose? I haven't considered this deeply. Maybe you have. Can you walk me through it?
Well, do you believe that something exists called thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think thinking takes place.
Okay, good.
And I think it has.
All right.
And I think it relates to the brain. We can jump over that one too.
Okay, cool. So do you think, being that we all claim that thinking exists and it's an event that happens, do you believe that it's possible to improperly think?
I don't know. How can you improperly think?
Well, okay, go ahead.
I think you can think illogically.
Okay, so that would be improper, right? So if the brain's thinking,
I don't know.
Okay, it wouldn't be.
You're calling it proper. You're calling it proper to be logical and improper to be illogical.
Well, let's look at it like the brain, let's say, not just conceptually thinking, but the brain interpreting sense data, like the external world. Can the brain incorrectly interpret the external world?
Yeah, I think so.
So would you say if the brain incorrectly interprets the external world, is the brain not properly functioning?
Is it not properly functioning if it makes a mistake in interpreting the external world?
Yeah, but even to say the word mistake would be to say that there is a proper function. Otherwise, we can't say there's any mistake. So that is my question, is like, if there's a mistake at all, it means there was a target, something purposeful there, a proper way to use something. To say there's a mistake, if there's no proper use of thinking, if there's no proper way to interpret the world, then nothing's a mistake. There's no such thing as a mistake. There's just a bunch of happenings. So if you can improperly interpret the external world and you get it, quote, wrong, if you believe that's possible, right, then it would follow that there's a correct way to interpret the world, an accurate way.
Okay, so are you saying that do you let's to help me understand where we're going? Is that what you think? Do you think that the purpose of the brain is to think?
Yeah, I would say one of the uses of our brain is to think, for sure. But our brain also,
that's one of the uses.
Yeah, our brain also is a central command center for our bodies to animate ourselves in a direction.
Yeah, and also it runs all sorts of things like the heartbeat, the breathing.
Right. So big tech. Here's the thing. The more you add to the function of the brain, the more likely you're going to have to say something's improperly working when it breaks. So like when people lose the capacity for whatever reason between the brain and the body, and you say, well, the brain does all of these things, and the more it does, the more you're going to say, in the event where it's not working, you're going to say, oh, that's not working. That's not working properly. So like even to go to the doctor to mend something that's happening in the brain is to assume that there's a proper state of affairs of the brain such that it could be corrected. But if you hold that there's no purpose of the brain and it just does these, you can't say it's improperly functioning. You couldn't say it's any dysfunctional brain. There's no dysfunctional brain from that view.
Yeah, dysfunctional in relation to what we have deemed as the standard for function. So it's relative.
So, but even that statement itself couldn't be true then, right?
We wouldn't be able to deem things one way or another?
Yeah, because deeming things would be using your reasoning, and that would be going back to the function of the brain properly reasoning versus improperly reasoning. So the moment you come to evaluations about things, you're assuming that the brain has a purpose for reasoning, and if reasoning exists, there's a proper way to reason and an improper. So when you say we deem things, deeming something is probably, in your case, either a deductive or inductive inference or conclusion about the world. But that's the thing in question, is whether or not your brain is purposed for reasoning. And if it's not purposed for reasoning, you can't say there's improper reasoning. That is to say, you couldn't actually say who's deeming what is accurate or not. You couldn't say there's a proper way to deem something to be the case at all.
Proper in relation to what we have deemed to be proper and improper?
Yeah, like for instance, if you
kind of like an infinite regress of deemings.
Well, I don't know if it's infinite regress, because the assumption here is to do any reasoning at all, any interpretation of sense data, any evaluation out there in the world about anything, including the brain, assumes that there is a methodology at all that we can do it. That's actually what we're doing to begin with. And so if you say, well, big tech says I like talking with people, and talking to people requires logic and proper understanding and interpretation of words and meaning and arguments. And we're doing it right now. Now, us talking right now, we're using logic, right? Would you say it would be proper? It would be a proper way to communicate and to do reasoning, right? If we abide by certain rules?
Yeah, that would be my opinion.
Okay. So if the brain is the thing that's facilitating the proper...
For me, yeah. I would say that.
Right. But anyone saying anything, for them to have a view about this, they would be assuming that their brain has the function of thinking and communicating and reasoning and doing philosophy and stuff like this. It has that function, right?
Well, I don't know if anybody saying that would... because I could have that opinion and not even know that brains exist. So I wouldn't have to have. So I could say, yeah, it's better if we use logic. I could say that before I've ever even heard of the concept of a brain.
Well, you existing would necessitate that you were born and you came from a previous organism, and then you would have a brain. It would be
but what if thousands of years ago they're talking about logic, but nobody's ever cracked a skull open, it's seen a brain. They think that logic just comes from...
Yeah, that's a perfectly fine hypothetical, but right now we're talking about specifically the brain in relation to anything at all having a proper function. So I would say that even the person without a knowledge of what's inside the brain, inside the skull, when they're doing reasoning and they're debating, they're still assuming a proper function of something, that you could do things correctly and incorrectly. That's what's in question here. Whether or not there's such a thing in our reality as correct and incorrect, not moral, just correct, just correct.
Yeah. So that's kind of, I hear you sometimes, and sometimes a little befuddled, a little bit bamboozled, a little kerfluffled. I hear you and I go, what's going on? But I'm trying to wrap my mind around what Jim Bob's after here. And maybe it's coming a little bit more clear, but
yeah, what I'm after is this.
I can probably get to is like you're doing sort of what I think you are intending to be sort of like a Socratic method or something, where it's asking a lot of questions. And the idea is to poke so many holes in the way people are thinking that maybe you'll end up revealing the true nature of some flaw in their thinking by questioning far enough that it all falls apart. Or how close am I?
I mean, that would be, if that was an intention, that would be geared toward getting to the truth of the matter. This case, the hyper-specific claim is evolution, and specifically the conversation I had with not a Professor Dave, and the end there was the important part especially, which is this. If you look at the body and everything you look at, the brain, the heart, the liver, bones, every set of operations that do a task, right? They developed from a random process that they accidentally arised, and they just accidentally happened to do a really specific task. That's just what happened. But from that view, you can't say, the argument I'm bringing is you can't say that they, if you say none of those things have purpose, they just kind of happen to do this thing, and it's lucky for the organism that it does this thing. But the liver doesn't have the purpose of filtering toxins. The intestines doesn't have the purpose for the body of processing nutrients and then, pooping out the excrements and the things that aren't needed. There's no purpose to that, right? It just accidentally happens, and it happens to be advantageous. That's the evolutionary view. From Dave's view, anyway. People maybe disagree with Dave here. But if that's the case, I went right to the brain for Dave, and he wasn't really prepared for it, which is if Dave says that the brain, there is no purpose to the brain, and the purpose of the brain isn't actually to think, right? But he uses it to think. My argument is this.
Fundamentally, it
Hold on,
just
sorry, I have a
comes
super
down to
chat.
whether you agree being irrational and arbitrary is okay. Moral issue.
The question ends up being this, Big Tech. If someone said the brain doesn't have the purpose for thinking, then what I'm saying is that if you don't have the purpose for thinking, if the brain doesn't hold the purpose for thinking, you really can't tell me when, on what basis some brain is improperly thinking or properly thinking, because there's no standard to measure if it doesn't have a purpose.
Okay, so does it? Well, let me ask you. This is not even a challenge. I just want to see what you would say to this, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around what you're saying. Because to me, it seems a little out of frame, but maybe I'll get there. What is the purpose of a hand? And I'll go on. So if the purpose of the hand is not to play the piano, then why should I listen to somebody playing piano with their hands?
Well, playing the piano wouldn't be propositional. That would just be an activity. So that would be the distinction. But if you said, what's the purpose of the hands from an evolutionary view, it wouldn't be to do anything, actually. There would be no, that's what I'm getting at, is I'm actually internally critiquing the person, in this case, Dave, who I really don't know if other people who hold his view agree with him on this, is that he has to say that the brain, the hands, the olfactory, the heart, everything in the body, what it does specifically, which is very hyper-specific in what it does. Like our body organs do very specific things, and they're hyper good at them. He would have to say there is no purpose. So there was no purpose of the hands. There's no purpose of the hands. He would say that, right? So if there's no purpose to the hands, or no purpose to the brain, or no purpose to the heart, you couldn't actually say that any of them are dysfunctional, not working.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Got it. Let me ask you this then. I'm curious. How do you know that the concept of purpose, which you are referring to here, sort of like leaning into and challenging others with, how do you know that that's not just a result of your own ad hoc reasoning?
What do you mean ad hoc? Oh, well, I wouldn't say
Go ahead.
I wouldn't say I take an ad hoc perspective of reasoning. This is why you have to get then to the metaphysics of a worldview itself. So to say you ad hoc take reasoning, right? Let's say I did. Let's say I just ad hoc granted myself reasoning. If I ad hoc granted myself reasoning, and I said that to you, Big Tech, wouldn't it be fair for you to ask me, like, well, what are we referring to? Like, if I was a physicalist and I thought everything was just physical, reasoning would be specifically a concrete or physical phenomenon. It wouldn't be something metaphysical or immaterial. It would be something physical, right? If I held a physicalist view.
I could follow you, but I want to make sure we're not accidentally pivoting away from my question, because my question, I'm not sure if you're getting to it here. So
no.
The question was...
Go ahead.
Well, like, what if how do you know you're not just doing ad hoc reasoning and coming upon this concept called purpose, and then you're applying a requirement of purpose
ad hoc
attributed to the brain?
For the brain? Well, yeah, if you were to ask me ad hoc, like what's ad hoc? Ad hoc is a fallacious way of thinking, right?
Right, it's fallacy, yeah.
Right, so if I were to assume fallacies exist, I'm already assuming, and you are in the question, you're already assuming there's a proper way to think. But that's what's in question. Like, from a view that holds that the brain has no purpose to properly or improperly think, is to say you can't say that there's improper thinking. I hold that the brain does have the capacity to properly and improperly think, and the laws of logic would be some rule set that we utilize to measure up against bad thinking and good thinking. And now most of us go with this, but what I'm saying from the internal critique of Dave's view is that whole thing doesn't exist because the brain has no purpose to think. Therefore, there is no right or wrong way to think. Think of it like this. If he holds the brain like a tool, but there's no tool that you point to, even if you utilize the hammer in a way it's not intended to. The hammer itself exists for a purpose. So you could actually argue someone's incorrectly using a hammer, right? If I started nailing nails, but with the claw, I could probably, one of us could do a competition. It would be funny to watch two people compete to hit the nail in just with the claw side. But we'd all say that we're improperly using the hammer. And so when it comes to argumentation, the exchange I had with Dave here that I reviewed, the interaction has to do with using our brain properly and improperly. But the thing is, what I got Dave on is, from his own view, he doesn't have a standard for improper or proper use. He doesn't have one.
I'm following. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, that's it.
Well, I got to admit, look, first of all, forgive me, please. I was up real late last night streaming. I just finished my cup of coffee. I am in the waking up of my brain mode.
No worries.
And I said ad hoc, but I meant post hoc.
Either way, incorrect is still the same problem. Like post hoc, ad hoc, it's all it assumes proper reasoning, right? It assumes it.
And so if I follow you, you're saying, so if we even consider reasoning to be a thing we should do, it already sort of like grants you your position, which is that brains have a thing that they're supposed to do and not do.
Not even from a moral perspective, not like an ought. I just want to clarify that we're not even there
just functionally.
Yet. Yeah.
Proper use, like the hammer. Well, let's go with the hammer one real quick. Let's examine this a little bit more. I find it interesting. So let's say there's a civilization that made a hammer, but they did it because they were in a land where there was lots of turtles and they were eating turtle meat, and so they were cracking open turtle shells with this hammer, and everything's going great for them because they're able to get all the turtle meat and they're all living off of turtle meat.
Yep.
And then later on, they develop a way from eating turtles because they move on to better sources of food, but they still have this tool.
Yeah.
It's a remnant of something they used to do. They used to eat turtle meat, like cracking up the shells. And then later on, somebody goes like, "Hey, this thing's real useful for driving in nails." And they and then now somebody's building a house using a hammer. Would you say that that's an improper use of the hammer?
No, it's the same use of the hammer. Blunt force.
Bingo. Okay, so something that's designed for one thing can end up being useful for a completely different thing in a different application of the same thing. Which is, driving energy. Yeah, let me help you. Help you extrapolate another more contrasting example with the hammer case. Let's say this tribe ate turtles and they used the hammer to smash open the shells and eat the turtles, but the result of it is that they became really short. And in the future, they no longer ate turtles, but they were all really short. And there was an old man who needed a cane, and he used the remnant hammer as a cane, right? Knowledge of what the hammer... not even doing blunt force. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm saying knowledge of what the hammer is and what it's used for, you would still say, well, in the case of having background knowledge of what the hammer was, he's not actually using it based on what it's intended, but it could use that. It could be used for that thing. Now, given this is the example, there is a slight category difference between the examples because what's in question here is thinking. So this is a bit nuanced because using the hammer for a shell or using it as a cane is appealing to the thing, in this case, the brain properly examining the external world, that it can be the case that you use it for the shell or the cane. So it's a different level than just external tools that we use, because external tools are used given that what's in question already, which is the brain's accuracy and the brain's reliability to interpret the external world, such that tools are even a concept we can actualize to begin with. So that's why, it's a useful, to an extent, example, but the problem with the example, even externally, for the use of tools, is that the use of tools themselves assume proper usage of the brain.
Okay. Wait, so why was it improper for the man to use? Why was it an improper use of his brain? Maybe
His
you're not
brain.
saying that, but to use the
No,
hammer
it's,
as a cane.
no, it was proper
Why was
use
it
of his
improper?
brain. Actually, he actually was
Okay.
got inventive. He got inventive, and he said, "Oh, I could use this for multiple things." But this is why it's a category distinction. It's really important when we get to mind and brain. It's the one thing that's in question insofar as examining the physical world, because it's the thing that's examining the physical world, right? That's why philosophy of mind, it gets into this territory, because when you're asking, well, look, people can use external objects like a rock or a stick for these purposes, but the only reason they can do that is because the assumption that their mind and their faculties work properly to be able to conceive of such a thing. So if suddenly the question becomes a little bit different when we isolate what we're talking about as the brain, because we have this weird, you notice Dave in his little interaction there said, I use my brain. I use my brain. Yeah. Well, wouldn't it be fair to say from his view, there's no distinction between I and his brain? He granted himself that there's a person named Dave and there's this external object called the brain that he gets to pick up like the cane, right? Well, no, that's what's in question. Like, what is Dave in this scenario? If we swap the hammer with the brain, someone uses a hammer, right? It's an external object. The brain, though, saying you use your brain is to split it between an I, a knower, an intent, a person with intent and knowledge, using their brain for something as a tool, right? I wouldn't grant that to Dave. I wouldn't say from his evolutionary view, he has a metaphysical assumption that's an identity called the mind and a knower that, with his own intent, picks up his brain metaphorically and uses it in a way he wants to. No, that's ad hoc. That's just saying, well, I grant myself an observer and a knower, and I have the willpower, independent of my brain, what my brain is, to use my brain in a certain way. Well, like, I wouldn't even say that's true from my view, that we have the power to select the way in which our brain operates as a tool. We don't really. We could maybe manipulate it or disengage it in some way. But, as far as reasoning is concerned, we're bound by logic and laws of thought. Nothing we say suddenly, will change whether or not what we're saying is reasonable. Like, nothing we say and the way we say it, we can't choose to use our brain to then change what's considered proper thinking. We can't use our brain for that, right?
Yeah, not legally, like illegally, according to the laws, right, of logic or thought.
Yeah,
we break those.
Yeah, we break them. You couldn't convince me and I couldn't convince you. Like, hey, big tech, what if we just sit down and have coffee together and develop a way where we can reason and pretend that illogical reasoning is actually logical reasoning? We couldn't do that if we wanted to. We can claim it, but it wouldn't make it true.
We would. Yeah, I don't know how we would do that either.
Yeah, exactly. So that's really the main point here, is that if from the evolutionary view, everything, including the brain, is a iteration of something before it that's completely downstream from a random process, and what it does isn't actually its purpose. Everything that it does isn't its purpose. And this really attacks evolution, because it's not just the epistemic problem I brought up with Dave, where he doesn't now have any access to proper thinking or improper thinking, the same way he doesn't have access to an improperly formed hand and a properly formed hand. He can't say it's improper or proper. He can't say a deformity is actually a deformity. He can't say that from the evolutionary view. It's just a mutation. It's just a change in something. You can't say it's a deformity. That is to say, there's a proper way the body forms. So if someone this is the weird part, is like, if someone has a deformity and they're born with it, if you were to really be consistent with the Evo view, you wouldn't talk to the doctor on how to mitigate the deformity or change it, like, without admitting, right? It's not actually a deformity. It's just, from my view, it's an inconvenience, but from the grand scheme, it's not a diversion from anything that should be the case, like a proper functionality of anything. It's just another variation. Function, it does a thing or it doesn't do a thing. There's no actual thing called it's deformed, from that view. So nothing has any real purpose. So why, in the end, I asked, if your brain has no purpose to properly think, not only you not have a standard to determine whether someone's properly thinking or not, but why should we listen to anything coming out of your mouth if it's coming from a brain that has no purpose to say true things, to even seek true things? It's just a thing. It's just like no different than your intestines farting. A proposition would be a head fart from that perspective, literally, not even hyperbolically. Like a proposition coming out of your mouth from this view would be a head fart.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So wouldn't it ultimately, wouldn't it just be that it's a social construct?
Social construct as a category would assume proper categorization, which comes back to, is there something that's not a social construct? Well, now we're back to giving yourself the capability of using your brain to properly categorize things like social construct versus not social construct. Is there such a thing as a not social construct?
Social, when we call something proper or improper, we're appealing to a social construct. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but when we there are preconditions to name things, right? Like our brain has to operate a certain way to name something a social construct.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that can't be a social construct.
The ability to name things is not a social construct.
Yeah. That's a precondition for being able to do a social construct. Name things, craft things, get agreement on things.
Being a social creature.
Yeah, the brain, I'm saying, we are social creatures behaviorally, but when we're talking about naming things like social constructs, the things we construct socially, we do that through language and thinking. And in this conversation, to do language and thinking, you have to assume that the brain has a proper way of operating and an improper way, because there are people who aren't capable of doing participating in social constructs in the way of language and deliberate, intentional categorization of things and getting people to agree. So, like, that's what I'm saying is, like, you get a mentally disabled person, from the evolutionary view that Dave was defended, at least. It's not really something wrong. It's just a type of mutation. It's not a misfire. It's not like it shouldn't happen. It's not like there's something to fix, because that would assume that there's a proper way a human should form, a proper way that humans form. And sometimes, it's malformed. But that's what I'm saying, dude. It's like there's no such thing as malformed or dysgenic or deformed, malformed, deformed.
Yeah,
there's no such
that would
thing
all
as
just
that.
Be in relationship to our opinions. Mal is that's bad. Mal means we say that it's bad. So what we say becomes so to us because we're social and linguistic creatures.
Right.
And so we've created a world of words, and then we're putting words on the world, and we're calling the world
like true,
a system of things.
Yeah, like true, right?
Yes.
So, okay, here, this is perfect. This is what the only important thing here, which I really brought forth out of that last section with Dave, is if you included yes, like true, now you've basically conceded to my point here, which is if what's true, if there's no real thing called what's true and false, and there's no real purpose of the brain to seek and to utter true things and to discard untrue things, if there's no standard for proper thinking, if you include truth in the category of social construct, you no longer have any epistemic system for knowledge or truth itself. It's all just made up. It's all just like a a byproduct, an epiphenomenal illusory feature of our purely material organs that that are just operating a certain way. There's no actuality to the truth of things. Therefore, there wouldn't be improper reasoning. There's no improper propositions. There's no improper anything. Nothing. There's nothing improper at this point.
Yeah, propriety is, again, was a social construct. I think that was what he would say. And I'm wondering, like, are you saying it's not?
No, I would say truth. You can't say truth is a social construct, because if it was, the statement itself couldn't be known to be true. If you said truth is a social construct, then it's relativistic. Like, you couldn't know truth is a social construct as a statement. That would be contradictory. It would be saying an absolute true thing that in the utterance of is claiming that it's not absolutely true at all.
Yeah, like this is where the word situation becomes kind of spooky and slippery, right? And we start off with this concept in the laws of logic, right? The thing is the same as itself. So we've invoked things and selves, and those are sort of like abstractions in a way. And then,
identities.
And we seek. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We create
Mm-hmm.
identities.
Yeah.
And then we can end up with sentences that are, it's like, this statement is false. Is that a true statement? So we ended up in the absurdities.
Paradox.
It's like,
well, no, that's just
paradoxes.
I don't think all paradoxes are necessarily absurd. Like if the liar's paradox, the thing that's not absurd about the liar's paradox is even the statement itself, it doesn't negate that something's true or false in general. It just gives you an instance where the utterance of something, you have an unknown of whether or not the person's lying or not because of the statement itself. But it doesn't follow that truth. Like if you say lies exist, that means deception or something that's falsely stated. You're definitionally assuming something is absolutely true. Like a lie doesn't exist unless there's truth. And so the point here is, if you hold the view that everything's a social construct, then this idea of truth and knowledge is also a social construct. But the problem with that is, to say the statement, truth and knowledge is a social construct, you couldn't know that to be true because it's just a fiction that was crafted. You wouldn't know if it's true. It's just you can create it a different way. You could say truth and knowledge isn't a social construct. That's a social construct I just created. So the reason we reject this is that it's in a contradiction, and not to mention there's a whole slew of things that need to be true before you start making propositions anyway, like a whole slew of physics, metaphysics, and history that needs to be the case, regularity of nature. All of these things need to be in place and necessarily the case before we even start talking to each other about any of this. So that's the problem with his view is that Dave at the end there stepped in some brutal shit. And the brutal shit was this: if his brain has no purpose, ultimate purpose of thinking, then there is no thinking properly or improperly. And if that's the case, why would I believe him? You know what he said? You heard it. Because I'm right. Well, you thinking you're right doesn't have any standard for being right, because your brain isn't purposed for thinking or for reasoning or properly examining what's correct or incorrect. It just doesn't have it.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you kind of said it the way I think about it, is that ultimately what we have before us is a system of fictions. And we have fictions about what's true, and we have fictions about who we are, and we have fictions about what things are, when the fictions about the nature of the world.
Yeah, but Big Tech, that statement has to be a fiction.
That's the paradox. It's fictions on fictions. That's
Paradoxes,
what I mean by social construct.
Paradoxes
like the
are
language
fictions.
itself is a fiction.
No, this is epistemic nihilism. Paradoxes would be fictions.
Yes.
So you're in an epistemic nihilism, which is saying that nothing can be true, but the statement itself can't be true. So you're just stuck in a circular loop of nihilism, of not knowing things, which is a performative contradiction. As soon as you say something's the case, you're admitting that that's not true either, But when you say that's not true, you're saying another statement that you don't believe is true. It's a cycle of hell, honestly. It's like, it's intellectual hell, because every thought you have and every statement you have, you're admitting from the start can't be true. But even the statement they can't be true, can't be true, can't be true, can't be true.
Well, the thing is, a fiction doesn't mean non-true. It just means that it's an invented. And so whether or not the thing that was in...
Wait a second, really? Hold on. Can you just qualify that? Is that a proprietary linguist thing? Like a definition of fiction itself?
No, just like theoretically. Like if I write a story about a guy named Bob who works at a gas station and goes to the store and buys himself a...
It wasn't actual. It's not derivative of something actual.
So I came up with that story, but then we could find out that story occurred in reality, and so was it not a true story, even though it was a fiction? Turns out to be exactly what happened to this exact guy named Bob. It was a true story, but it was a fiction I made up. So
I understand,
fiction
but
doesn't mean untrue.
Well, no, but now you're abandoning, and I'm glad you're abandoning your previous statements. If you could examine something called fiction and examine a real life scenario where the thing you thought was fiction was actually not fiction, that might even be a type of Gettier problem. But the thing is, to even examine that is to abandon your previous view that there's truth is accessible, right? So the starting view would be truth is accessible and apprehendable. If you deny that, you're in a contradiction. So do you accept that truth is apprehendable?
Can we be careful with truth? Do you mean absolute truth? Or do you mean logical truth?
Well, formally or not, statements about reality even. Can you access that?
Like absolute reality?
Not even absolute.
Or
like
the social constructed reality? Well,
hold on. What part of reality is socially constructed and which isn't?
The thing that we tell ourselves about reality is the social construct.
Okay.
That's the way I see it. So we build a world of mind on top of world that we are trying to relate to that appears to us.
Okay, is that statement socially constructed or is that actual?
Social.
Okay. So if the statement about social constructs, if you say there's a reality out there, but everything we say about it is our own construction, so we really don't have access to direct reality and everything's a social construct, right? That's what you're saying?
Just about everything that we say with words, I think, is going to qualify as a social construct. It's mental. It's a mental formation in our mind.
Yeah, but that has to be made up then, that statement. How would you know that?
How would I know that?
What you just said, all of these things, statements are constructions, but that statement is now a metaphysical statement about reality that if it was under the same categorization as the statement itself, you wouldn't know that to be the case. You would just be saying, well, I'm socially constructing my account of reality, but even my account of reality is a social construction. So the thing is there anything about reality from your view that's not socially constructed?
Our perception of reality. Nothing about... Really what we're doing, we're stuck in a paradox here. I mean, that's kind of what you're calling the hell.
I don't think so.
The nihilistic hell.
Well,
the paradox, let me try to describe it real quick.
Sorry, go ahead.
And you can tell me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
So the paradox is that we're using words and logic to justify our words and our logic. And so we end up in a circular situation. Mm-hmm. And we're constructing a mental world with the rules of logic that appear to us to be reliable. And so we rely on them so that we can do this operation. But we also logically, at the same time, when we use logic, we can logically find limits to logic. So we can't... So we end up agreeing with each other logically that logic doesn't reach up toward absolutes. Logic just reaches as far as logic can go.
Well, that's an absolute statement, though.
Which part of it was absolute?
That last part, you said logic doesn't reach up to absolutes, which would be an absolute statement that you're using that apparently you're using logic for. So if what you mean by absolute is that no opinion or social construct could change the reality, in this case of the laws of logic, which that's what I hold, that you coming to absolute claims, universal claims about anything, you're also in a performative contradiction. And so, no, I don't accept that view at all. In fact, this is where I would ask, well, the reason I asked, is there anything in reality that isn't a social construct? And you said, well, no, insofar as us describing the reality, no. But I'm not asking about descriptions. Obviously, a reality exists in such a way that you could describe. So the reality that you're pointing to, would you admit exists before you do?
Would I admit that the reality exists before me?
Yeah, the reality you're in existed before you came into it.
Yeah, we've actually been here before. This is kind of cool that we're back. So what I have to say to that in order to be congruent with myself, though in the way that my mind is using my thoughts and words, right? In order for me to keep congruity, I have to admit that I don't find any way for me to prove that. I just believe it.
Okay, so you believe you have parents.
I can't prove it.
Wait, so you believe you have parents, but you can't prove you have parents.
That's right.
Okay, and you're saying from your view epistemically, there's no way for you to prove that you have parents.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
And
not absolute proof, right? I can't
Right.
I can't go beyond my own limits of proof. So
Right.
and my limits are like I have what's before me in the moment. And
Okay.
in the moment I can't prove the past.
That's right. Yeah, so you admit that you put your epistemic system into a faith system, that you have faith in that there's a thing called the past, even as recent as your parents existing on the grand scheme of things. But even before that the world existed in a particular way leading up to your parents' existence and so forth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's faith. I wouldn't push back that all of our knowledge is theory-laden and therefore based on faith.
Yeah, that's kind of that's another way of saying I was attempting to say that same thing in another way, which like that's a limit of logic. We run to a place where it ends up being faith at some point.
Well, I say we start from faith. That's the difference between us. I say
Well, there we go. Yeah, at the end and at the beginning, there's faith,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
we run it all the way out, and we find the end. And if we go all the way back to the beginning, it starts with faith too.
That's
So
beautiful.
logic is that's how. I
Yeah,
see
yeah,
it.
yeah. That's great. So when will you go to divine liturgy then?
All right, fill in the gap between where we were and where you're at now.
Well, I mean,
Why would I do that?
Well, essentially, you've come to realize that your entire existence and everything you know is based on faith. And if you come to that realization, then the next step would be to ask, well, what worldview accounts for the reality being faith-based itself?
I suppose you would advocate for your worldview.
Well, you would probably try to advocate for whatever view you did hold, and you wouldn't blame someone for saying, well, if we got to this level, and by the way, big tech, you're in the minority of people, wouldn't you say, who's even having this conversation, like on the grand scheme?
Yeah, I think it's not a bad conversation, especially when it's had well.
No, not even a bad conversation. I mean, the regularity of
you're
this
right.
particular conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I what I mean really is like I like the conversation. I think people should be doing it more, but they don't. And so we are in a minority. That's true.
Yeah, so I'm asking you a question like, well, maybe there is a worldview out there that accounts for the reality that you experience being faith-based. And maybe there is some recursive view that can further make sense of our experience. And from my view, just mere propositions don't actually exhaust our experience. Just mere propositions about reality don't exhaust our experience as human beings. And so if there was a view and a praxis that did, and you thought I had it, it would be silly of me to not advocate for it, right?
Oh yeah, so that's why I invite please proceed with the advocation.
The advocation is I'm inviting you. I don't know where you are. I don't need to know, but I'm inviting you, even from your fully skeptical view, to just go into an Eastern Orthodox parish and experience a divine liturgy.
Oh, I have done that.
Oh, okay.
I was just asking like why you jumped
Oh,
Well,
because
then when are you going to go?
well, because then
I've
it brings up a question of like, well, if our entire experience is based in faith, is there any practice? Is there any practice of our existence?
Practice of our existence?
Yeah, because
Never heard that
faith.
question posed
Would
that way.
you agree that our actions, if our knowledge is faith based, and we both agree at the root, the start and the end is faith, then all of our actions are based on faith, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So if all of our actions are based on faith, the question is, well, what actions are we here for? Right? That's a question. What actions are we here for to take? Which actions?
Right. Yeah, it's a good question. That's a deep one. That's
So I don't want to add anything else in there. I'm just saying, like, if that's the deep question, there's nothing more I can propositionally add to it right now, because we both agree there's certain participatory elements of life that aren't strictly propositional. And so it'd be silly for me to continue uttering things out of my mouth if ultimately what I'm really arguing is there's a practice of faith, there's a practice of being human that's available that transcends propositions. There's nothing I can do more for my view from this, in this interaction, because I would be leading you back to me saying stuff. But we both agree, faith is the beginning and the end. All of our knowledge is faith-based. Actions come forth from faith. What are the actions? What is the action of being a human from a faith-based position? I'm telling you to go to become orthodox, from my view, and your admission that it's a deep question and something to think about. There's nothing more I could actually say from my view what I think you should do. You could say yes or no, disagree or agree, but there's really no other place to get to from this perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you tell me, like, why? Why would I go to Orthodox? I mean, I have been to one, but
that's all
when
going to
you
be
offer me,
that's all going to be propositional, though.
Yeah, but if I told you, you should go to this, store instead of that one, and I said why, you could tell me why.
Okay, I'll tell you. To continue the experience of participating with the Creator, the justification of your reality being faith-based. So if I said, what if you could participate with the reason of this reality being faith-based? What if you could participate with it? Not just propositionally talk about it. What if you could participate with the Creator of the universe?
Question out of curiosity here. How is this different than if I were talking to somebody else, let's say they're from an Eastern tradition, and we had this exact same conversation, went
Like
the same
Buddhist?
way. We came to, and they're like, so when are you going to go participate in Buddhist satsang or transcendental meditation?
Yeah. Well, from their view, when I've practiced, I went to 10-day Vipassana, with my long hair and my drawstring pants and kale farts. The problem with that philosophy is they admit that there is no place to get to. So ultimately, if you were to adopt the ultimate view of that view, you wouldn't actually need to go to the temple. You wouldn't need to do meditation. You could just arrive mentally at the finish point, right, of nothingness. See, Buddhists have an emptiness.
Perfect nihilism.
Yeah, well, like Buddhists have a sort of a version of lowering yourself, but there's no reason to lower yourself. Christianity has a lowering of yourself, but there's a reason. There's something to fill yourself with. Buddhist is emptying yourself. You just get to flatline nothing, and then if you're really committed, you live a life of flatline nothing. But there's no theosis. There's no practice. There's no place to get to correctively. Like it's like saying they actually exist, but there are yoga competitions. That's the best analogy I could provide. It's like having a yoga competition, and they do this. It's just and there are people who are sort of yoga enthusiasts who are disgusted by this idea that the philosophy that's underpinning yoga is the opposite of this idea of the competitive egoic self doing really good in yoga. I'm doing it really good. And so that's why I would make the distinction there, Big Tech, would be the metaphysics and the practice of Buddhism falls flat because it's ultimately self-refuting. The moment you say, go toward this, you're assuming there's a place you can get to. And they're telling you, no, what you're learning, the place to get to is that there's no place to get to. And I'm just like, all right, dude, well, I got to fill up my gas tank and I have bills and I know you're living off of rice and chickpeas, but that's actually not really how the world operates, right? It also doesn't call you to bring anything into the world. Like you and I and everyone else has different gifts that we have, talents and gifts.
So it doesn't come with a social construct.
It doesn't come with let me see. How would I do this?
How the world operates and how to bring things into the world.
Yeah. It doesn't have an application necessarily that you know. Yeah, there's a social aspect of Christianity. I wouldn't deny that. But yeah, so that the application of it is like, well, isn't it the case the Buddhist life would be ultimately to remove yourself from society? That would be fine. Now, there are Christian monks, Orthodox Christian monks, but the purpose isn't to remove yourself from society from that perspective, because different people live the Christian life differently based on their person, based on their gifts, based on, some of us are called to be in the trenches, to be in the wars. Some of us are called to be teachers and this thing. So that's from my view, that's what's beautiful about Orthodoxy, is that it accounts for each of our unique personalities and properly gives us a place to bring our gifts, but also practice the faith. And it really comes down to, well, okay, Big Tech, I mean, you've kind of went through this conversation that most people don't even have in their lifetime. If it comes down to what should you practice, the best I can do is give you a bridge invitation to Orthodoxy. But even before that, not that you haven't thought of it, but I mean, that's a big question to ask yourself. What should I do? Like, what should I do? And why? Why should I do anything?
Yeah, I'm actually with it. So jump into the end. I'll just offer you my theory on all this. For me, is so the thing with Jesus, I think Jesus was invented in the ancient world. I'm just persuaded of that. I'm just convinced.
Okay,
that's just where I'm at in my thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
But what's funny is I've made fun of Jordan Peterson for the last several years when he's depends on what you mean by believe, and
sure.
Maybe true. It's truer than true, and all that stuff. The truth is, what's true. I'm coming I hand waved all that. I thought it was kooky, and I still do. And he's still a kooky weirdo, and it's funny. But I have been finding myself coming around to a view of Christianity that is increasingly more and more. I'm finding similarities to what this guy has been saying the whole time, and I'm taking another look at it, and I'm realizing maybe I didn't really get what he was saying at first, which is kind of weird because I think Jesus was invented, but what you're saying is that the social component of Christianity, the application into your life of faith, which is the beginning and end of all of our thought, as we just agreed together, having a social component for that, having a system, having a story and a mythology and everything around it is good for us. And it works really well, and so I'm going, yeah, maybe there's something to that. So,
well, yeah, there's a practical element that Jordan Peterson has, but he still reserves Christianity as a technology or a heuristic purely. And you can argue, why some of these people adopt Christianity culturally as an application, and that's they can reason that. But the part that they miss is, and this is going to be something that you're not going to be able to get propositionally or pragmatically, is you're going to have to actually consider, you don't have to, but it's for you to make the leap, you're going to have to consider that your existence includes a spiritual or noetic aspect, that it's not just materialism and reorganizing space around you according to your pragmatic goals. Because from a pragmatist view, you could adopt Christianity, but that's still based on what you want in the world. The question for Christianity, which it gets people to make a leap, is, do you believe that that your spirit or soul can be negatively affected, that your person itself, that there's any spiritual reality to your being is the first question. Because if you deny that off the bat, you're always gonna look at Christianity from a Jordan Peterson lens. And that's someone who I believe does maybe believe there's a soul, and he still has trouble moving away from the pragmatic Swiss Army knife Christianity application. And so that's something to just consider, like, okay, everything's faith-based, knowledge is faith-based, all my actions are faith-based, what should I do in the world? The question of, well, whether or not there's such a thing as spiritual ascension or spiritual healing, or even spiritual rot, or good or evil, like if any of that stuff exists, is going to be something that is going to maybe inform what actions you take. Some people see really pure evil, like they don't know how else to explain it, and it's not the good thing. It's not like, oh, I saw beauty and now I believe in God. A lot of times they experience something so dark that they no longer take the approach of pure empiricism. To direct.
Yeah, I get that one.
Yeah.
I get that one. Yeah, I've gone through that when I, man, what was it, like 08 or 09 or something? Alex Jones got under my skin. They're eating the babies and they're all blood psychopaths. And, you start learning about, you grow into, I was in the early 20s or something. You start looking at the world. It's like, man, is the world just run by people who are the wickedest psychos? That's spooky. Like, what's going on here? Maybe there's more than meets the eye going on this planet. I get the pondering there. Yeah, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's good to question right there. And honestly, maybe that's something you're going to have to investigate or experience in your own way. But when you talk to people like me, we've already sort of met the last gate on this, because I push people toward. Ultimately, all this propositional philosophy bro stuff could be fun and useful, but in the end, I can't push people back into philosophy. I have to push them through the doors and have them practice. And so that's it.
Looking for a direct encounter.
Yeah. So that's my invitation. If you're looking for more of a direct encounter that isn't reduced to just like the material world, and there's something more to it, even from just like a purely hobbyist perspective, just being like, oh, maybe I don't know though, maybe
yeah,
I'm
like
skeptical.
doing the Vipassana and all that. It's the same thing. Just check it out, find out if you find something.
Yeah, that's what I did. I mean, I pretty much did every type of thing, and then it's
so what happened for you?
What happened for me? Well, I did take a philosophical approach to, okay, well, if truth exists and it's absolute, there needs to be a justification beyond humans talking about truth. If morality exists, if there truly is something evil in the world, logically it would need to be a privation of something good that was absolute. And so I started asking these questions, and I, looking around for many years, trying to like kind of assess it and map on some worldview level approach. I basically started removing all of these worldviews that didn't work, like Buddhism, like all of these things that just didn't have their metaphysics right. They didn't have their categories right. And so everything I thought propositionally was true about orthodoxy, I was still limited. And I was like, what is this? Like, I think I could talk about this in a way where it's believable and it's functional and it's a heuristic and it has a technical aspect and an application. But there was something missing. And what was missing is the participatory element to it. And once you get past the notions of things that aren't possible, things like what you would say a miracle is from a materialist view is like, well, that just violates everything I know about nature. Once you examine those are actually minuscule hills to climb when you approach orthodoxy. What a miracle is, a suspension of what we think reality is. I mean, once you get into the metaphysics and philosophy of it, you realize like there is no, from a physicalist standpoint, no real reason to negate any violations of the laws of physics and regularity. Those are also faith-based, by the way. And so when I finally got into liturgy, this is the only way I can experience it. It was like a portal to not the world. That's, not the world. I can't really, it would be almost a disservice to say anything more than the experience of a portal to not this world, but not something I could fully exhaust positively as what it is. It was like, that was my experience.
An encounter with the mystery. Something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Are you fucking, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Who are you?
Oh, my bad. I clicked the thing by accident.
Oh, sorry.
I was yelling at my dog.
Oh, I was like, what?
Great conversation. If only everyone was as
Okay,
good
cool. Well,
as this tech guy.
do you want to? I don't know. Maybe we exhausted it. I'm still interested in the evolution thing. Maybe I'll just stick around and see what happens next. Maybe I'll poke in and out if that's all right. I've enjoyed this chat. This is cool.
Yeah, no problem, dude. I don't know if there's anyone oppositional to evolution, specifically what was covered in the interaction with Dave. If not, that's fine.
I don't want to hog. I'll let somebody else jump in if they're ready to go. But if not,
you'll come back.
I had a thought about the webbed feet thing, so I'll stand by. Let somebody else go up.
Sure. Anybody have web feet in the chat?
No, I got them removed.
You got them removed, okay. I don't know why. You had a chance. It's actually a good point.
Made me feel uncomfortable taking off my socks.
That would be funny if, because now men are participating in women's sports and it's unfair. Like, could you sort of be a swimming team and some coach / what do they call them? Those people who scout, and you just go find people who have webbed feet and webbed hands, and you're like, you want to be on my team? And like a swimming school that starts and only allows people with deformities, how could they possibly say you're not allowed to compete? I mean, that would be judging them based on their immutable characteristics. If I was an Olympic swim coach, I would start very early and find all of the webbed feet and webbed hands people.
Did you watch that video where all the midgets were wrestling the giant
chicks?
bodybuilder?
Yeah, that was funny. I was like, wait, is this AI this good? Is AI this good? But no, it was legit. Okay, Tech.
Are they a product of evolution?
Yeah, exactly. Well, might as well get you back in to talk about evolution again, because everybody who was really loud in the chat disappeared, interestingly enough.
Bunch of bunch
littles.
of web feet chickens.
Yeah, exactly.
Respect where it's due, Big Tech. You got balls to come up here. I respect it. Come home.
Oh, let's go. Base, thanks. By the way, let me address one thing real quick. Somebody was saying, this is totally off topic. Let's not stay on it a long time. But somebody was saying some things like I did something to hurt Andrew Wilson and his. I know you're friends with him and everything, and I'd like to be friends with him too. But way back years ago, there was an unfortunate misunderstanding between us. He and I talked since then. I've got the recording of it. There was a forgiveness that took place. We're still not on the greatest of terms. I think he just doesn't trust me and stuff. Doesn't like me in particular. But there's no
nice
nefarious stuff going on.
Okay, good. That's good.
All right.
Forgiveness. That
everybody relaxed. Yeah,
right.
It was during Lent. It was on a phone call with me. Yeah,
nice.
He decided to. Yeah.
Nice.
And it was largely an overblown misunderstanding. But during a time of some antagonism between the two of us before he had his big glow up, which, by the way, it's pretty epic to see how far he's gone. It's been amazing to watch.
Yeah.
So, all right, web feet. So what's the problem? I'm hearing you asking chat to explain how let's say there's some thing that goes on in the replication of the genes.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes there's a mutation.
Yep.
That endures, right? Isn't that what's being said? There's a mutation that ends up enduring. The question is why?
No, that's not my question.
Oh.
My question is, how do you get random mutation that produces some sort of thing that's the web feet is giving yourself legs first. I'm asking a bigger question. I would say web feet is some sort of aspect of the finger area that could either be, like from their view, randomly mutated into web, or the information was already in there, the capability of becoming web. So that's what's in question, first of all. But the bigger question, Tech, I was asking is, even if you granted a random mutation could create some sort of deformity, and by deformity meaning something that's just abnormal in contrast to the previous population, how do you go from that to a fully functioning, hyper-specialized thing like the liver or the brain or the penis? And that wasn't answered. It was simply, well, if a leg could have a webbed foot from a mutation, then a hyper-specialized thing like a liver that filters toxins and among other things can grow from that. Well, no, that doesn't follow. Web feet to a brain, the thing that produces web foot, this anomaly against the previous population's foot, is a justification that eventually those things grow into what? Did they ever grow into not web skin between the fingers? Does the mutation of web feet, the webbing between the fingers, does it ever produce something that's not the skin between fingers in some other apparatus? No.
Yeah, interesting. To me, it seems like it sounds to me that in the forming of the question, it's sort of like ignoring what's actually being said and asserting, well, you're saying this happens sometimes? They're saying no, and you're like, but you're saying that sometimes thing comes from non-thing.
Yes, they have to say that. They have to say thing comes from non-thing, because even with the flat-wormed penis, right? I go, how do humans get penises over time? And they go, you're malformed questions. Humans don't over time grow a penis. They come from a long list of other previous ancestors that already have the penis. Okay, let's go back then. How do those ancestors develop the penis from an ancestor that doesn't have a penis then, right? And they go, well, do you understand embryonic growth? And then I go, yeah, give me an example. They say web feet. I go, that's not web feet. Even if I granted everything they said about that life of that webbed foot organism had some advantage, it wasn't negligible. It was something, astronomically different or whatever. It doesn't matter. The question is, how does a population of organisms that doesn't have a penis from random mutation produce a fully functioning penis in the future, right? And they go, it just happens. Look, web feet. Like that doesn't say anything, dude. That, like, there's a lot more involved with, say, a liver or a brain or a spine or a testes, like, from that view. Exactly, and they simultaneously have to say, big tech, that every process in between A, not having this feature, and B, having a fully functioning hyper specialized feature, that there was no purpose to any of it in the process. There was no purpose at all to that thing in development. There's no such thing as development, by the way. That's another thing. Under the evolutionary view, there really is no such thing as development, the term development. Not at all. So they didn't understand why what I'm asking collapses their whole narrative. Like, they have to assume things they deny. Development. No, there's no such thing as development.
I think it's possible it was going both ways, because what I thought he was doing when he brought up the embryo, which you guys didn't get into, like, what do you think is his reason for mentioning the embryo?
I believe his reason for bringing up the embryo is to point at something at the molecular level that a mutation could occur at, so that he could do an extrapolation fallacy and say, see, if an embryo can produce a webbed foot, then an embryo could set off a chain of events to create a brain. That's why he did that.
You might be right, and maybe I'm wrong, but the reason I thought he did it is because he was asking you if you know anything about embryonic development.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens at the beginning, what I thought he was going to go to is one cell, the egg,
mitosis,
and as we watch these cells multiply, they go through many different morphologies.
Yep.
And at some point, even in the human, early on, as between the zygote and the infant or whatever, it's a little web feet creature.
I know I know, but Big Tech, I actually talk about this quite a bit on my stream, is that what they're saying, and I think this is the source of evolution as a theory itself, is that they look at the differences, morphological differences between the embryo once a human, let's say, is conceived. It looks like a little, tailed little tadpole, right? Yeah. But lo and behold, the magic is over the time of its development, quote, development, to birth, it becomes a different form. And what that is, if I were to get Dave in a corner again, I'd say, is that an observation of a part of biology? And they'd say yes. And I would ask, are you saying that what's true of the part, in this case, the human embryo becoming a human form, and in that moment of time, that event, you see a transition of form from embryo to human, fully formed birth, right? Are you saying what's true of the part must necessarily be true of the universal of humans themselves? That is to say, if you watch an embryo, fertilized egg become a human being in 9 months, that change must be true about all the humans themselves as a universal category. I say that's actually a composition fallacy, for one, but two, it's partly extrapolating an extrapolation fallacy. You're actually arguing that what I think is true, what I see to be true about a part at the micro level in development, must be true about the chronological change of the human itself as a category of thing called humans. That's not proper reasoning. Not proper reasoning. Hold on, Tech. I got a talking
Austin
super chat
from Australia says, congratulations on the 30K JB.
Thank you, Austin.
Very well deserved. Unfortunately couldn't make it to the celebration stream yesterday. Onwards and upwards for your channel.
Thank you so much, Austin. Very generous tip there. Thank you so much.
Holy cow!
So do you see what I'm saying there? Like, looking at something in its development during like gestation and birth and all this stuff, you're looking at the development of an individual organism that's already a part of a universal organism called human or whatever it is. And to say, because you see that change in that organism inside the womb, let's say, it must be true about humans outside the womb. That's not is that proper reasoning? To me, that's not, if that's what you're saying.
I think what they're pointing at is not necessarily proof of some. It's an indicator that what could be the case is like the way that we build cars, right? Is not that we start with a horse and carriage, and then we modify it to be a Model T, and then we modify it to be a Bel Air, and then we modify it to be a Corvette. We don't, right? But that's essentially how we got to the cars. But now when we manufacture a car, we just make the parts and put them together. But the way that a human formed is something more like the first thing, because it's biological rather than just industrial. The industrial manufacturing is different than human manufacturing. The way we manufacture humans is sperm meets egg, and then multiplying takes place, and oxidation in the cells, and a million other things. But it builds on small building blocks. It goes through. It seems to go through a morphology that I don't know if they. I don't know what the biological community and science says about this, but my impression is that they're basically saying that if you look back at the early stages of the zygote, what we're seeing is it go through stages that
all
are probably
humans.
our ancient situation of our ancient ancestors were something like this little tadpole.
Yeah, that would be a category error, though. Like, you would say the human development, even outside, after birth, right outside the womb, we go from a baby, and you could say, look, a baby grows up to be an old man. Look at the change in form. It's technically a change in form, right? Size, shape, density, the rest, right? You wouldn't look at that and say, because a human in their individual life changes in form throughout their growth and their death, therefore all of humanity must also be changing in its form. It doesn't actually follow. When the moment I caught Dave when he brought up the embryo is, the embryo only exists because a previous universal category of an animal exists and they procreated. So you already have the form from which the embryo is going to be mimicking. You have those forms already. They're not spawning new forms that don't look like the human. They're completely copying what already exists, and that's why evolution, notice, if you want to put on the oppositional hat for fun, sometimes it's quite fun, is get an evolution proponent to talk about evolution and try to justify the existence of populations. You can't, because you need populations to talk about evolution. But the problem here is populations like giraffes or humans, they necessarily have to be a product of this process they called evolution. They're the byproduct of this, right? Yeah. So if evolution produces populations that we see today, then it's fair for me to go, how does evolution produce populations? And they go, no, that's abiogenesis. That's not fair. You need to grant us populations to talk about evolution. Well, no, that doesn't follow. You admit populations are an expression of changes in allele frequency over time. So, therefore, populations are the product of random mutation. So you tell me, being that you agree with the first statement, right? If populations are the product of random mutation, how do you get random mutation without first having populations? You can't. It's completely chicken or the egg, circular, grant yourself something, and then talk about it after. They never can tell me, how do you get a population? They say, well, no, evolution doesn't deal with that, dude. Evolution deals with once you grant us a whole, system of ecology and animals that can live, then we talk about changes. And I'm like, that's ad hoc. That's starting arbitrarily from a certain amount of things on the board already. You just grant yourself all these things on the board. It's not fair.
Mm. Well, I agree with I agree with the premise. You have to have a population before evolution can take place, and then you're saying, okay, well, how do you get populations without evolution? Right? That's the paradox or the circular argument.
Yeah, but I have to first get them to admit that populations we see today are the product of random mutation. So I have to get them to say that first, and then I can. Yeah, but what you said is accurate. But only after I get them established that yes, populations we see out here are the product of random mutation. They are an expression of changes in allele frequency over time. They are the embodied product, right? And I go, oh, interesting.
Because really what we're talking about in evolution is evolution of populations, not even evolution of individuals, because an individual evolution doesn't matter unless it populates, which is procreation. So
well, also individual populations can't be talked about unless you're talking about a collection of individuals. So it's like a problem of one thing and many things. There's no
so there
way
has to have been a bunch. There has to have been some individuals. There has to have been a replication taking place.
That's
so
right.
A population can just be two.
That's
so if
right.
there's one
Jimbo,
that becomes two, now you have a population.
That's right.
So one
have a look at
replicates.
the argument I posted in the VC text. I've got the this is like relevant to the exact discussion now.
The
if
premise.
You want,
Wait, directly to me or VC text?
VC text. I tagged you in it. It's just the last comment there. You critique it, obviously.
From
this one? This one? Oh, premise. Science is predicated on the existence of objective invariant categories, logic, mathematics, natural laws that remain constant regardless of human perception. Premise 2, the evolutionist rejects invariant universals, asserting that human logic and categories are merely accidental biological adaptations that shift as species evolve. Someone might push back on that. They'll be like, no, they're descriptions. Premise 3, if there are no invariant categories, then the definition of evolution, a shift in population allele frequencies, cannot be objective. That's true. If there's no such, if everything's in flux, then even the definition of a population would be in flux. It can't be a law. It's merely a subjective interpretation of current biological states, right? Current observable ones. Premise 4, lacking in a universal law to connect data points, the evolutionist must rely on phenotypical observation, right? The anatomy, looking at the physical shape to infer a lineage, right? And the conclusion is the evolutionist position is logically self-terminating. They reject the universals necessary to establish scientific law. Yet they point to an individual fossil to claim change, quote, a universal state of affairs, that their own anti-Lamarckian principles. Yeah, so that gets into a really interesting point, is that this is what I bring up in a different way, which is they appeal to universal categories like clades in cladistics and subcategories in clades like universal categories like humans. But notice that they don't have an objective standard for a species or a clade. They can't track it, but they assume it. But if it's always changing, they can't actually hold it to be the case as a universal, which is another version of Mello's position there. Is like they're constantly appealing to universal statuses of things while holding that the view of evolution is that these things are morphing and changing over time. So it's like there's no identity. It's a giant violation of the law of identity anyway. So what else there? Like I asked someone, do humans exist in a clade? They go, yeah, of course. We're in a clade. It's called this clade. And I go, okay, that's back in time, right? And they go, yeah. And I go, how do you determine when that clade is established? Is that a fair question? And then they go, it's not fair to you for you to ask that. It's like, why not? If you're the one claiming a clade is like a larger branch on the tree that sub-branches grow from that are derivative of that. But once you look at their giant tree of cladistics, they always, the way we look at a tree is tiny branches like the bronchioles in the lung, the smallest little strands that branch from larger branches and then eventually get to the main root trunk. And then the trunk eventually has to come from something in the ground, right? That's why they use a tree. But when you ask them how they determine where a clade starts, it's totally arbitrary. Whereas any analogy visually they're trying to use, like a tree, what we know about a tree is that it does have a source. And from that view, it's only one giant clade. There's only one true clade. All the others are just illusions. They're not real branches or anything. And so I talked to someone about this who's also good faith, named Colossus, and he was a bit stumped because philosophically, he never thought that evolution could be countered from a philosophical angle, but it can be. Because the reason is that they use reification fallacies. They make concrete things they have no standard for in biology. And then they're like,
so clade is not an actual thing though. It's just a taxonomy term. Right? It's just for mental categorization.
But so is species, and they don't even have a category. They don't even have an objective standard for species.
Yeah, right.
So then it's like, how do you know when a new species starts? Like there's lizards. There are lizards that are asexual. From their model, don't they have to say that lizard is its own species and it went extinct? Like that one lizard, categorically, when it died, that whole species went extinct, but it was only itself. It's like, okay, well, if that's the case, if you move back in time, you now have to determine when a new species is determined to be the case to exist. Right? And then you're like, do you know when that is or how you know that is? And they're like, well, not really. We just kind of run off of ever-changing, splintering diversions from previous things. That's how we get this great tree of life. And you're like, well, it's arbitrary. It's not biological. It's not like a biological fact. It's an arbitrary system that has no concreteness in reality. And they go, yeah, what's the problem? I'm like, what's the problem? What do you mean? What's the problem?
Yeah, species is weird. Species, even the word just comes from like spectacle. It means to look. It literally just means looks different. That's what species actually means. It's got a different look.
This one looks different than the other ones. Or they say it can't reproduce. It can reproduce isolated from the previous population. Like it could go on.
Yeah, we get into. Right, we try to get into the genetic aspect of the speciation, but really what we're talking about is just this one, this one with these spots, the 3-spotted toad versus the 4-spotted toad.
That's
different
right.
Species. Yeah,
right.
It just looks different. It's got different amount of spots.
Yeah, exactly.
But then we go, why? Yeah.
Well, no, not even that. I grant all the different, like I could say, okay, well, there's different species of certain universal things, like a frog, but the problem with evolution is that they have to then say, the category called a frog itself is a sub type of thing from something it's not. So that's where it gets mangled, is like you look at all things that are frogs and frog-like, And you go, look, there's a type of this thing called a universal thing called a frog. Or we can do this with humans. There's a type of different variation of humans. Look at this. There's a variety of humans. But the problem is evolution, once you go, expand the time frame you're looking at, they have to say that humans themselves are included in a category of not humans. So then you're like, okay, well, so frogs are in a category of things that are not frogs, and humans are in a category of things that are not humans. So how far back do we do this? Like, to what point do we say all things are just in one giant category? That's it. Just living things, right?
Yeah, and the one giant category is self-replicating acid protein machines or something. Like, isn't that what we're talking about?
Well, yeah, it's the inability. It's basically biological monism in a weird sense. It's like everything is just one giant thing, essentially. There's no real distinctions between delineating between. Yeah, Earth thing. Yeah, all big thing, right? And then, but that, it kind of, at that point, you're like, well, all you're saying is that things are alive and it makes them similar, or things are metabolized, which would be synonymous with alive, or things are made up of genetic material. But then, like, okay, they're not saying much. Okay, there's a distinction of what things that are alive, that are animated, are made up of, versus things that are not alive. Right? Yeah, that's why we say animals. Yeah.
Kingdom Animalia.
Yeah, they're animated, right? So if that's the thing that makes them similar, it doesn't follow that they come from each other because they're similar. And that's the big assumption under evolution that it relies on, is like things that are similar are ancestral to each other. And it's like, wait, hold on. You're assuming that because things share similar physical structures, like a banana you can find in the banana a physical structure somewhere that's close to a human, something you could find in a human. It doesn't follow that one comes from the other simply because we're made up of similar things, being that animated things are made up of similar things. That's like totally circular. Oh, well, animated things are made up of similar things. Therefore, one animated thing has to be related to that, come from, not just related, come from this thing previous. That doesn't follow. Because come from is an event. It's an event. Come from is an event. Similar in composition is not an event. So we have similar composition as some rocks, if you want to look at it from pure something that we're made of. Like if we find anything, carbon or hydrogen or anything else found in some other material, yeah, we're similar. That we have similar, things in our body, but you can't really extrapolate from just the similarity of structure that the event that we came from that structure is true. Freaking Neil Tyson deGrasse says we come from stars, and you're like, what? Yeah, stars have composition in them that we have. It's like, that doesn't follow. It doesn't follow that two things that have similar properties or have similar molecular composition must necessarily one comes from the other. It doesn't follow.
It doesn't follow. I mean, are we getting into inductive versus deductive logic? I mean, it does logically follow, but you can't, it's not inductively.
No, it's not
deductive.
No, it's not, because like I said, describing what things are doesn't give you the event that you claim produced the thing. Just describing what they are. They're like two different claims.
Yeah, but then you use your mind and you fill in the gap with logic. Yeah, right.
Well, no, you fill in.
Give it to you. You have to invent the connection, and that's the theorizing.
Well, no, yeah, theorizing, but it's you're writing a story at least. At least be honest and say, I'm writing a story and interpolating in between data points to write a story. That one thing came from another. I'll give you a really good example.
Wait. Give me the example, but I've been holding on to this question I wanted to ask you. So am I correct to say that really what you're doing, I mean, are you just saying I just don't think that story is possible? Are you saying it's impossible for that story to be true? Or are you just saying you don't buy it? Or are you saying it doesn't fit in my worldview, so I reject it? Or like, which one of it is it?
Both. I'm saying it's mathematically, according to their own math, is mathematically impossible, or extremely, to what would be synonymous with impossible, unlikely. And then it violates the law of identity. I would argue it also violates the law of identity of things to argue for evolution the way it's posited. And then, more importantly, that their claims fall flat. Like when I actually give them the chance to explain mechanistically how one thing does this thing and produces this other thing, they never explain it. They just say it happens. So I take like a three-prong attack. Further, they claim it's a scientific theory. I run them into the ground with that because scientific theories require some rigor. They have to actually go through a methodology to be scientific theories. That's my angle.
It feels like you're looking for a defeat on a technicality. It's like you're looking for a knockout that's based on sort of like it's like well, technically I scored more points according to the math of the debate here, so I'm definitely right. It's like yeah, but it doesn't. Well, I don't know. This sounds like a criticism, but I'm just trying to wrap my hand around it. Like, where's the W here?
Well, that's fair. If I do that in a debate, it's fair. I mean, I debated a evolutionary biologist. I asked, you know what I asked him? You can try this too. You'll start enjoying how insane people act when you ask these basic questions. You ask,
well, actually, that's totally exactly what I really think you're doing. I think you're just sort of like you're developing an art form of making people go insane.
Well, I think their view already is insane. I'm just showing that it is by asking them simple questions. Like, for instance, ask someone who keeps using the term random mutation, ask them how they determine anything's random from that perspective.
Yeah, did you read my response to you on Twitter? Maybe you saw that comment. Yeah, I don't. I actually reject. I think randomness, in a pure absolute sense, in my worldview, it's actually an illusion.
Yeah,
I think things appear random, but something below that makes up for. I think there's actually something more like probability, and probability is something that's built into almost like gravity, or I don't know if I think you reject gravity, but the downward force that causes water to flow in the path of least resistance. There's something causing the river to form. It's not random.
Yeah,
it's actually according to this force.
That's right.
And so I think randomness is like that.
Yeah, I agree too. Like that's kind of what Mello in his argument was positing. Like to argue a biological view that these things are determined by chemical reactions, suddenly arbitrarily picking some things out that happen and calling them random is totally like they have no standard for this. In fact, it goes against their entire view that they're in a constant contradiction, that things are changing and yet there's random things, and yet all of evolution relies on, the story of it relies on invariant laws that follow through. Well, if there's invariant laws that follow through, like you just mentioned, how do you produce randomness from invariant laws? It doesn't even make sense. You nailed it right on the head. It's like if there's invariant laws that dictate physics and biology is a part of physics, then how could you possibly say random? Like on what basis is someone going to say it's? I asked this dude, his brain, he didn't, it was like in his entire field of biological evolution, like he does CRISPR stuff, he was never asked, how do we know anything we're saying called random is random? It was literally, he was never asked this. His brain, he was like, wait, what? And you know what he said? He said, you look at it. No joke. I promise. Not even being hyperbolic. He said, you look at it.
Base. So. Yeah, but isn't it? It becomes, in a way, we're sort of like dealing with word concept fallacy or something like that, because like, how does the river form? How does the water know where to carve the river? It doesn't. It does it randomly, but it's also not random because there's an invariant force of gravity or downward force or whatever you want to call it. So water seeks path of least resistance. Oh, it's seeking? Isn't seeking?
No. Yeah, I understand.
No, it's actually just being drawn in a direction by something that we don't see, something invisible, and we call that random. It's just water bouncing off of. Yeah, they use
random to say we can't fully exhaust all the variables to a predictive level. But the thing is, like,
that's kind of what random means, essentially.
It is, but that means you don't believe it at the same time, because if you're assuming, well, whatever I call random is just the absence of all variables, then you've already dismissed randomness, because you're saying there are variables that determine the outcome of the water, which is true. So it's like, saying random is simply saying I'm naive, therefore it's random. But this in relation to evolution, this collapses their view. Why? A lot of times they argue ERV. Have you ever heard this argument? Retroviruses, where it inserts into certain places between two similar animals, right? They go, Jim Bob, how can you possibly explain that this ERV inserts itself into such a similar section of the genome as this other animal we believe we came from, right? Or not came from, that are common ancestor. We share a common ancestor. And you go, wait, hold on a second. Are you saying the alternative is that it would be totally random? And they're like, yeah, there's 10 million spots this could go in. You're going to say it just by chance inserted into the similar spot between these two different creatures? And I go, wait a second, you're actually begging the question. You're assuming that the only alternative is complete randomness. And once you get them on this, they lose their mind. They're like, they just can't conceptualize that just because there's a variety of places that an ERV could insert itself, that it has to be random, that it inserts itself into two similar places. That it's just a massive assumption.
They're assuming as well, like that's the same principle billions of years ago. How do they know that?
Right. Yeah, exactly. The same principle. And it turns out that's actually not even the case. Like ERVs, the way they're summarizing them, find weak spots. So it's not just any spot, and it doesn't go back to that spot because that's not a weak spot anymore. So like it finds weak spots in the bridge, right? So that makes sense. That's still not random, right? If it finds weak spots, I understand Big Tech. You're saying it doesn't want to find it. It's not using Garmin or YouTube or whatever. It's doing what it's dictated to do, which means it has a function and a purpose. Which comes back to my telos argument against all of these people, is that they arbitrarily appeal to randomness and arbitrarily appeal to purpose whenever they want to, and they go in between the two. And once you catch them on this, they start acting like Dave, where they're like, they don't actually know what position they're arguing from other than authority. Like, that's it. They fall apart. So, anyway.
Can I want to add just a food for thought. You might even find this useful in debate or something, but you brought me to this little, I talked to Grok for a little bit this morning. I was listening to you before I called in. And you had posed a question, something about like, how could innovation biologically come about by accident? It said something like that. Yeah. And it immediately, like when I think about manufacturing things, sometimes I'll just go to automobiles because we see them all the time, and it's like early innovation in industrial manufacturing, and automobiles seem to have, we could say they've evolved, right?
In a colloquial sense, yeah.
Mm-hmm. In a colloquial sense, yeah, not biologically or anything, but so much of the stuff that we take for granted in cars, we even have like vestigial accoutrements on the cars, and I actually didn't know this. Do you know that hood ornaments? Do you know where those came from? Why we have hood ornaments on cars?
No, I just thought it was like to showcase the logo.
That's what I always thought. I thought it was just like, oh, they just do that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's because the early cars just had a radiator in the front with a cap on top. And that's because you would need to fill your radiator up.
It's like a cap, essentially, and you just ornate the cap. Yeah.
Well, the early cars just had that cap on top of the radiator, and people started adding decorations onto the radiator cap as like a little feature. And then when they eventually built cars with hoods with enclosed radiators, they just started putting the ornaments on the hood instead. And so now we still have hood ornaments because it's a throwback to the radiator cap.
Sure.
And like there's a bunch of similar stuff like soft top cars. We used to do those to mimic the carriages, and it would cover the seams on the roofs, and we still kept doing it even after we didn't need it anymore. Wood siding, we used to have wood doors when, and now we have like minivans with wood stickers on the side to simulate the wood.
But that's all intentional though.
Yeah, exactly. But it's sort of, even philosophically, the question becomes, well, what's the purpose of all that stuff? Is the purpose to look good? Is the purpose to please the customer? Like ultimately, the purpose is to profit the
well, there's
manufacturing
probably some. Well, now probably why cars are so ugly now, but before, I mean, there's probably a combination of aesthetics and nostalgia, a continuation of a throwback, like a callback to early things. There's callbacks in design all the time, but the point is like,
what's the purpose of appealing to aesthetic and nostalgia?
Well, I mean, could be the designer, even if he does an Easter egg that nobody knows. The purpose for him would be to have his own little secret thing he put into the car that's special to him. Or if some nerds knew about it, it's an Easter egg where you're doing a little fun social thing where you leave Easter eggs in new designs that call back to old designs that only certain people know. You do this in video games and movies as well. But the point is, it's all directed by a mind. There's a reason why they do some of these things. But under a biological view, if you were to try to transpose that analogy onto biology, there's still no purpose to any of the things coming out of the quote manufacturing line, heading into the quality control line, which would be natural selection. There's no purpose to any of it being created at all.
I don't think it's right to call natural selection a quality control.
I think that's pretty accurate. Why?
I get why you would do that. I don't know. I got to think about it more. How could I say it? It's like, so quality control or QA, like if you're into manufacturing, right? So you're going to have it pass by somebody who's going to inspect and make sure that the welds are good and make sure that the bolts are on tight enough and everything like that. And you're going to send it out expecting that it's going to work and it's going to fulfill the purpose that it was designed for, which is to not get recalled. It's not, it's going to please the customer and they're going to want to, you're going to have a fulfilled transaction between the producer and the consumer.
Mm-hmm.
That's what quality control's for. It's not just because they care about the quality. It's because if we don't put out quality stuff, we're going to get in trouble. We're going to lose money. We're here to make the corporation, right?
Well, in other words, survive.
Right. Even better. Yeah, exactly. Like the Ford Motor Company is only going to survive if their stuff is a certain quality and there's enough people that want to buy it. They have a nice hood ornament that appeals to the customer, for example. And also, they're branding it and they're memeing it out into everybody. They want to.
Yeah, that's why I think it is analogous, because ultimately, quality control being the external environment in this case for evolution, something comes out of the factory line with no purpose of it being an offensive tool or a defensive tool. It just does a thing, right? And the quality control being the external environment, without mind, just comes down like a slashing hammer and goes, well, you're either going to survive this or not. Like, if you do, that's great.
So that's
for
why
you.
I would say, I think the environment's more like the customer. The customer's not the quality control. Quality control is a part of the corporation. The customer is going to call in and complain, and they're going to stop buying your product.
Yeah, you could expand it.
Not good enough.
Yeah, I would. Even if I threw in the customer as an added bonus to what's deciding these features' survival, the question of evolution isn't whether or not the environment can decide without. I'm using the term decide not in a mind sense, but like it determines whether something's going to survive or not. Ultimately, that question is still distinct from having the owner of the factory walk me through the assembly line. That's what I'm always asking under evolution. Please walk me through the assembly line where these things, rudimentary things, and this process becomes this thing, right? How does evolution produce workable syringe fangs accidentally in rattlesnakes that are paired with highly potent neurotoxic and dissolving proteins that go into the body of a rat, which coincidentally they eat, and it dissolves their insides so that they can digest it easier, right? And disarm the oppositional prey. That's accidental from their view. But I go, okay, I'm not asking whether or not you think it's a good survival mechanism. I'm not asking that. I'm asking how does a random mutation, from an explanation, from a mechanical view, how does random mutation produce syringed teeth. They actually have really thin holes, tubulars, all the way through, are connected to these jowl sacs with that happen to be accidentally proteins that completely annihilate or paralyze their opposition or the thing they want to eat. And it's like, wouldn't it be the case that if it was truly random, that at least you'd see some example of a snake that looked like a rattlesnake but had a B12 shots or vitamin C shots, like accidentally? Like, it still survived. It was fine. It could still eat things, but it just happened to be the case accidentally that it produced B12. It hurt like hell to get bit by one, but damn, you got a boost in your energy that day. And it's like, there's nothing contradictory from the evolutionary view from seeing a variation of things that are rattlesnake-like that actually don't produce proper venom, but they produce liquid venom with sacs, but that doesn't do anything. It but they still survived. Like, it doesn't mean they died. Like, clearly there are snakes without venom, without these, like, sacs that survive. There's actually probably more snakes that don't have this feature that are surviving just fine. But you don't see, from random mutation, snakes in between developing these sacs that are not even trying, but accidentally gearing toward very specific types of synthesized proteins that produce this effect of melting insides or paralyzation, neurotoxicity, and the rest, right? You don't see this other version. And they say, well, no, duh. You don't see it because that's not a survival advantage. What are you talking about? The question isn't whether or not something's a survival advantage. The question is, couldn't you produce something off the assembly line that wasn't a survival advantage, but you still survived anyway? You just had it. Maybe it was still developing. Maybe with enough time, it eventually would turn into a venom over time. Who knows? Where are all these alternative iterations, right? The same thing with beauty. Like, we're all symmetrical, right? Animals, for the most part, are symmetrical. There's no real reason why random mutation produces symmetry. Why? And from what? Non-symmetry? Does nature and all the things we see, look at our eyes and we can be split down the middle. Are these things produced randomly? And is there a reason why things that are symmetrical happen to have some weird over-the-top advantage in their survival against things that would also need to be produced asymmetrically from the evolutionary view? They don't think about that part. They're just like, no, obviously symmetry is some advantage. We just don't know what it is yet or something. It's like, that doesn't follow. It doesn't follow.
Well, there are some that are not symmetrical, but I totally get what you're saying. It doesn't matter that there's just some, but my view, I'll go out on a limb and tell you my is actually, it's totally, probably wrong, but it's the best I can come up with. But like the way I think about it is actually that like I said, I think there's a hidden force behind all of it. Not exactly a Star Wars force, but there's something going on, like gravity or something, or the downward force or whatever. The thing that causes rain to fall down, it's hidden from us. Like you can't see it, but there's something there. And everything's accelerating down, and an invisible reason why. And in my sort of filling in the blanks conclusion that I come to when I take into account everything that I've seen, is that there's some invisible force in life that's like a good analogy is sort of like if you ever play a video game that includes like a building and crafting nature, like Minecraft.
Yeah.
Where each character has a certain there's a certain ability. Everybody's basically got the same abilities in Minecraft, but if everybody plays long enough, they all end up being a different character. You have a different stuff in your inventory, different stuff in your chest, different enchantments on your tools, different stats, whatever. And there's something that on these branchings off, on these little, basically any. I think that there is a mutating aspect to genetics. Like, this is how I explain evolution, is actually what I'm trying to say to you. It's a little bit Lamarckian, sort of like a Lamarckian thing. Like the thing that's taking place in the life affects the life of the offspring. but also I think it's not just unconscious. It's not just like if your dad used his legs a lot and got real strong, babies are all going to have strong legs.
Yeah.
I think that there's a character in the bloodline, in the genetics, that's invisible to us, and we could call it the soul or whatever. That is the player, and like we are the little avatars of that thing, and through the long ages, this timeless character is actually developing itself strategically to serve its purpose, to procreate, which is not only to procreate, but it ends up flourishing in beauty. It ends up flourishing in creative behaviors, in strategies. All of these things are not just, and so you end up, there's a player in the game that is the rattlesnake, and he's become the venom snake, and there's a player that's the creepy crawly, and there's the player that's the swinging from the trees, and he's got like a lot of branches on his player. This is all just analogy, and it gets a little spooky. And like I said, I'm out on a limb here, and I don't know, kind of like woo woo.
Well,
but that's kind of how I think.
But the thing is, like, even in the analogy, there's always a purpose to the game in a game, and so you're back to like, well, is there a purpose to it if it operates this way, or is it? And then you get into whether or not it's deterministic, right? Whether or not there's free will in this video game that you're using. Well, to use your Minecraft analogy, you are assigning a type of will, not just to humans, but to animals, a type of will. And so now you get into metaphysics, though, and the video game itself, the environment can't grant you. That's why it's actually good to hear you say there's an invisible force. To me, that's already pointing to something better or more exhaustive than strict materialism or physicalism. Like, I would just disagree. The thing you're looking for is the justification and the sustainer of all things. And once hopefully you'll see that sustainer needs to be a person, a type of being with intent. So I would say, the analogy points to something, but if you only follow that analogy, you're probably going to end up in simulation theory, honestly, to be honest.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, actually. So you're totally right.
Yeah. But then it's like simulation needs a designer, and so you need something not simulated and something actual to justify a simulation itself. Otherwise, you get endless regressive simulation, in which case you could never know which is the simulation and which isn't the simulation. You don't never know if you're outside of it. So
don't we end up with that same problem with God? It's like
no, because
how do we know where God came from?
Well, God wouldn't. That's the thing is. Your worldview has to necessarily push you to ending something that necessarily ends endless regress, and something that's not bound by time, space, matter, temporality. Otherwise, you're just adding more temporality before temporality and keep adding it. So the question, where does God come from, is a question that's posited from temporality, assuming anything that exists must necessarily be in the time, space, matter format that we experience ourselves in. But that's a false assumption. That's a false assumption.
I think I might have identified that you have made a false assumption that simulation means temporality. Like that our simulation in time is a simulation of another thing that also has time, and that's not how I think.
Well, let's just definitionally, if a simulation definitionally is something that's mimicking something else. So the something else, forget temporality for a second, starting with just what a simulation is a simulation simulating something? And then you say yes, and you go, is it simulating something that's real and not a simulation? Or is it simulating another simulation and then another simulation and so forth?
Right. No, I get it. So is God creating? Yes. Okay. God is a creator? Yes. Okay, so things that exist are created? Yes. Is God created? No. So uncreated. At some point you just say no. Yeah.
Yeah, uncreated. Yeah. God would necessarily be uncreated along with his uncreated energies. Things like the laws of logic could precede creation, but they apply to creation. But they're not bound into, the created world, like they're limited by the created world or something like this. There's a number of things that you can list that would be maybe be uncreated versus created. And I think this is like a massive distinction that really parses out all different theologies in particular. Because Mormons, I don't know if you ever look into Mormonism, but they have a really mangled view of like, they don't have a creation. They have eternal matter, and eternal matter coexists with God. But God used matter before it was ordered to order the matter, a world of matter. He was like surrounded with indiscernible Play-Doh, with non-formed Play-Doh, and then made order from disordered matter. But that's crazy, because that means that if divine nature of God means he's eternal and uncreated, but matter also is eternal and uncreated next to God from the Mormon view, matter shares divine property with God. That you'd have to say matter itself is divinity. So there's no distinction between matter in its nature and God in his nature, which is a big problem, not just when you talk about the nature of God and the nature of things, but it's a problem because if God shares divine nature with matter, but matter shares eternality with God, matter from their view is disordered. So that means God coexists eternally in a Mormon view with disorder. But disorder, like we discussed, we reject disorder and chaos and randomness because it's illusory, right? Disorder would be, from that view, a privation of God. So that would mean, from the Mormon view, their God coexists with his own absence, his own privation, shares eternal divinity with his own. He shares eternal divinity with his own privation, disorder. Don't be Mormon.
Did you ever read Scott Adams' book about God?
No. I got some of his takes, though.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought experiment, like a lot of people do, about God and reality. Hitchhiker's Guide's like one of those.
Okay.
The Matrix is one of those. He wrote one called God's Debris.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the thesis of that book? You already heard the take?
No.
If you want to share it with you real quick, it's kind of basic, but without giving away the plot of the story, no spoilers. Well, this is a little of the spoiler. The idea is that the main character learns from this sage while he's having a conversation with him that the universe is actually that God had done all he could do in that. There's one aspect of God that's complete and infinite, and in expanding himself into a new creation, the way to do it was to destroy himself. That's the only thing he'd never done.
Is to die.
The limit of God's creation was in his own destruction. And so in order to create even more, one aspect of God, the totality of God destroys his own self. And that's what the universe is. So God was the perfect organized unity at the beginning. And then he exploded out into disorder. And that's the Big Bang, right? So going from a perfect singularity out into multiplicity. And so the universe is just the swirling of God's debris, which in itself does still have God's mind in it. God's nature is still in it, which tends toward more order. So out of disorder is coming more order. And so God's basically reassembling himself, and we're part of that process in developing. And the reason why we have mind and why there's mind in everything, beauty and everything, true and everything, because that's in the nature of God's energy that exploded out from himself into nothingness that he created to explode into, or something like that. But it's kind of deep. It's something to think about, but it's an interesting thought experiment. What would it be if the universe is basically made of God stuff, essentially?
Yeah.
And what would that stuff do? It might do stuff like what we see all around us, and we might call it some sort of matrix that came from that material. And matrix just means mother, by the way. It's kind of an interesting word, but
it's very Jewy then.
Well, I don't think it's Jewy to have a mother.
I mean, it's like feminizing reality. It's like, the divine.
I mean, even Jesus had a holy mother.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, it's just interesting when you look at who wrote The Matrix too.
Oh yeah, highly suspect. Very weird. It's also final analysis is basically just anti-capitalist propaganda. The Matrix sucks, but it's still an interesting thought experiment.
Yeah. Anything left for you here? I'm going to close out Discord.
I was about to say the same thing. Yeah. I'm about tapped out. Fun to talk to you though, and yeah, see you later.
All right, you too, man. Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
All right. Thanks, Discord people, for showing up. Fun conversation.
Deuces, God bless.
What's that?
Jay Logic was having some questions about evolution, and he seems like he's on the fence. I think that might be a short conversation if you want to take it.
Who? Is it here?
The dude right above you, Jay Logic.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Hey,
yeah.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm so sorry for interrupting there. Yeah, I'm not going to take all of y'all time.
No worries.
God bless. Oh, really? Yeah, I was trying to find parking. The city sucks.
Yeah, cities do suck.
Yeah, mountains of snow, man. It's terrible. It's terrible. But no, I love, the thing is, I'm not very on the fence, actually. I'm leaning towards understanding that evolution is just something that cannot be grounded upon anything. From listening to your debates, Jim Bob, and listening to other people go back and forth with you, I've been noticing the pattern that is really not. Am I getting this correct? There's no grounding towards evolution. Is that the correct basis for this?
Yes.
Okay, so because I'm looking at it through the lens of, look, I'm Christian Orthodox. Well, I came from Catholic, going Christian Orthodox, been there, gonna make 1 year soon. Yeah. I need to get baptized soon, but that's a whole other story. But I'm looking at the lens of, is there any possible way that it could be a part of God's design, a type of evolution that we've not even come to understand? Or am I just hitting on a fallacy, or am I just being too naive with that question?
Well, no, the thing is, when you say evolution, the first thing you got to do is figure out what you mean by evolution, because people use the word and they'll go, well, what I mean by evolution is there's changes in frequency in genes. It's like, that's a descriptive thing about biology. Are you saying that we came from a different animal because you're describing changes in genes? And they have to say, well, they have to decide, do they mean we came from something we're not? The reason you're going to have a problem with evolution, not just because on its own, regardless of theology, on its own, it can't defend itself, but further, especially from an Orthodox position, I highly recommend reading Genesis, Creation, and Early Man by Father Seraphim Rose. But the problem...
Let me write that down.
Yeah, it's called Genesis, Creation, and Early Man.
Early Man, gotcha.
You start to question something else. It's fundamental and foundational to Christianity that Christ took on human form, took on human nature. That's a universal category. Human nature, that's a thing, right? If evolution's true, if it was true, and you just granted them their sort of animation, that Christ not only took on a derivative of beast form, he took on human nature being derivative of beast, but he took on a nature that's also in flux, that human nature today, what we call a human, in a million years is no longer a human. So that's one problem. That is to say, when Christ comes back to judge the living and the dead, the living could quite possibly be, from the evolutionary view, platypus-looking monkey pigs. And they're still conducting the liturgy somehow. Well, no. From the Christian perspective, we were made, our body, mind, soul, made in God's image. That is to say, we were made with purpose. That is to say, our bodies aren't arbitrarily formed to have hands and to have voices and to be beautiful and to sing and chant and pray and prostrate. No, we're built to love and worship God. We're built to love each other. And so that's appropriate to our body. So our bodies are appropriate to the nature of being human and what we're called to be in the world deontologically. Our duties are compatible with our bodies. If our bodies are irrelevant and they could just change form, then the thing being human could be, you could be human in a donkey. You could be human in a crab. You could be human in anything. So, but the problem is, like, if we have deontology, right? If we have deontology and duty to fulfill, how could you be a beast and fulfill a Christian duty? How can you be the form of a beast and fulfill a Christian duty? You can't. You can't do it. You can't participate in the sacraments from that view. You can't do these things. Another problem is if God created man and then man fell, from the evolutionary view, man doesn't exist until he evolves. That means there's death before the fall because evolution presupposes sex and procreation and the post-fallen world. So they have a chronological problem as well. Those two are key. Those two are really key, but you should really get into this book. It's a big book, by the way. I just told you about.
Yeah, that's the thing. See, you gave two really heavy points right there, and ultimately, it leads me because I've been doing a lot of thinking and praying, and it's interesting just the concept. We're all a grand design. If there's a design, it's like the clockmaker almost, the creation and the creator and the creation. There has to be some type of logical design that follows. If everything is, mankind isn't perfect, but the design is perfect in itself. The way you explained the liver.
I wouldn't say perfect.
So that's where
I wouldn't say perfect. I would say our bodies and our experience of the world is post-fall. So that would mean like post-fall physics and metaphysics. But we're still made. We still hold the image bearer status, and our form is still proper to how we participate, the way we are, our nature. The key thing to get here is really this: is we were created as a universal category, unique to the rest of the beasts. And each of the beasts have their own categories too. But if evolution is true, there is no such thing as a category. There's a flux, ongoing flux thing. It's really Hinduism, honestly. Evolution is Hinduism. And so you can't say humanity exists. How can Christ heal humanity and defeat death if humanity is nominal? It doesn't exist. There's a changing flux not a non-category. It's nominal. So nominal. If you get into nominalism, you'll realize, from the evolutionary view, everything's reduced to particulars. And if everything's reduced to particulars, when Christ assumes human, quote, nature, he actually doesn't. He assumes one beast nature that's unique to him only. One beast nature, one animal nature. Not a human category, just one thing that kind of looks like other things. It's not a universal category. So that whole distinction between nature and person is key to Christianity. The nature of something is the category of what, and the who, the person is the who, right? And so without that universal category, even without Christianity, without universal categories, you can't pretend to make sense of things. I don't know if you caught it's in the chat, but read Mello's argument. It attacks the universality of things, including invariant laws and the rest of the things that need to be categorically the case to talk about evolution to begin with.
I'm pretty sure I definitely missed it going through trying to get
it's in the VC.
So
yeah, it's in the VC.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But further, most important thing is not figuring out evolution, J-Logic, but continuing your trajectory toward baptism and keep going to liturgy.
Yeah, I definitely, I'm attending every Sunday. I'm trying to get now to the orthos. I mean, I try to do it.
Yeah,
it's very early, but I'm still trying to, I'm still trying to, understand fully, just because it's, it's good. It's good for a Christian to practice this, to question, the nature of our existence and everything. But I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I'm not going to take too much of your time.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Thanks a lot for the questions. Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Appreciate y'all. Have a good one.
God bless.
Stay blessed.
Bye. Yeah, the more you practice Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, the more you realize you're not a beast. Like, for sure. The more unbeastly you become. Anyway, I think that's it. I think I've done enough today. Let me try to quick turbo grift. 9 minutes? You think we could do 7 chats in 9 minutes? I think we can. I am confident that we can do it. shout out to Big Tech for showing up and representing all the people in the chat who were crying over from Dave's channel and literally ran. They ran. They can't. They can't do it. Done. Why is that? Why are they so loud? Why do they get so vicious? And then you go, hey, here's a link. Here's a link. Speaking of links, if you like comics, I have Savage Memes. Wait. Savage Memes. Okay, it's not working. All right. Savage Memes. There it is. You can buy all 3 books at madebyjimbob.com. They're so rude. Yeah, they're just garbage. They're garbage men. That's right. Godless ideology makes a man wilder than beast. Yeah, and that's what they're arguing. We're animals. I'm a beast. I'm a beast. Anyway, I'm glad I got to cover that because, you know, Professor Dave, not a Professor Dave, beat me to the punch. He gets to try to frame it. And he framed that as a debate. That's not a debate, Dave. That's not a debate. That's me going into the lion's den with 3 people who all agree and me asking you really basic questions. And he's so mad. I mean, look, you know why you should be mad? You know why he's really mad? Let's see where it's at right now. He's mad because his little blip, his little flop, his little blemish is at almost 300,000 views. His little my brain has no purpose is almost at 250. Beautiful. Anyway, that's good. That's nice. That's nice. All right. What do we got? 6 minutes? What do you guys got? What do you guys got in you? 6 minutes. See what you can do. Come on. Help a Jortlandian out. 5 minutes. 6 minutes. 6 minutes? 7. Can we do 6 and 7? All righty. Gola, 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 gola. All right. Let's see what we got here. And yes, I'll keep this stream up, but I'm going to probably get the shorter section where I'm focusing on Dummy Dave, and I'll put that out as his own video, okay? Thank you, Austin Titilio. Help me out. Help me out. Thank you so much, y'all. We got 5 minutes, almost 5 left. Yeah, 5 for 5. Thank you so much, Austin and Suzanne. Suzanne, the most vicious, unstoppable wrench holder ever. Jim Bob, with big tech, you said deformities and mutations cannot be differentiated and are arbitrary. Why can't I just eat that? Well, no, the point is, Jacob, is that if you say a deformity doesn't really exist, that there's no movement away from something that's proper, then you can't say proper thinking exists. You understand? You can't say proper thinking exists. Because proper thinking would just be, or thinking, what you thought was improper thinking and reasoning would just be a different biological, neurological structure that came or was embedded in the brain in some way. You know, patterns in the brain can't be right or wrong. That's the point. If your brain, in the way it is and what it is, the nature of what the brain is, isn't purposed for thinking and reasoning, it's a type of Plantinga argument. It's just happening at the specific level of what an organism is, what the organ is. Plantinga's argument is largely like, well, evolution isn't geared toward truth itself, which is, you know, an umbrella philosophical argument. But once you get into the purpose of things, forget evolution, right? He's right. Evolution doesn't favor, quote, truth.
It was really cool to hear Simulation Mike call in. He sounded pretty realistic. The technology is getting crazy these days.
Yeah, it is. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So he's saying evolution itself, this giant process, isn't geared toward truth. That's true. But once you critique evolution, even from the more the closer range, right, of looking at organs and what things do, they're not purposed to do what they do. That's what they have to say. The heart didn't develop to do what the heart does. It just accidentally does what the heart does. So, well, this is a big problem, okay? Because you just like Dave, it just makes your statements meaningless. You can't say you're properly thinking the same way you can't say something's a deformity. Giovanni, oh man. Well, I guess use Bob Chats. Bob Chats never glitch. 2 more, y'all. Thank you for being my philosophy professor. Tell Megan I said hi. Thank you so much, Darby. Shout out to Darby. Suzanne is awesome. She is. We should keep her as a wrench. I like the rabid wrenches. I like rabid wrenches. Does she give it up? Too much power? It's like Lord of the Rings. Suzanne experienced Lord of the Rings. It's like Frodo accidentally put the ring on and was just horrified at the power. That's so funny. That's really funny. Just got here. What did I miss? That's hilarious. If you're telling the truth a lot, it's a whole lot. 1 minute, 40 seconds. 2 more, y'all. 2 more. I kind of want to give her back the wrench. Come on, Suzanne. Don't give up. You didn't even spill like a gallon of blood yet. At least get to a gallon of blood. Come on. Minute and 20 seconds, y'all. 2 left. Let's finish. Let's finish strong, y'all. Let's finish strong. 1 minute left. 2 more to go. Don't leave me with a sense of incompleteness the rest of the day. Yeah, scroll back. Yeah, scroll back. Can we do it? Oh, we got 1 minute. Give her back the wrench. She's not giving up. Give back the wrench. Oh, no, sorry. I'm not seeing the wrench. I'm seeing like a shield. Oh, 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Because without the brain, it could still function. Well, no, the question is, can it properly function? Is there a Thank you so much, y'all. Austin coming in. Lasagna coming in. Thank you so much, guys. It's very important. 10 out of 10. Thank you so much. No, that's the thing in question. The thing in question is, does the brain properly function and improperly function? Jacob. Now, this is what's so funny is people go, evolution is the reason why we have so many medical advancements and we can heal so many things. And you go, what do you mean heal so many things? From your view, there was never a thing broken. There is no deformity. There is no brain problem. There's no proper way any of this stuff works. What are you talking about? We healed stuff. Yeah, we totally healed stuff. All right. Well, we're going to fix your brain. What do you mean, fix my brain? My brain's not broken. It's just... What do you mean? That's why philosophy gets them every time. They're naturalists. They're materialists. They don't think about this stuff. They're dogmatists. They're literally stuck in an epic, deep, dogmatic wormhole. And dogma's not even bad. I'm not even against dogma. I'm just saying they're in a dogma. They have a dogma. Dave says things just are as they are and there's no ultimate purpose, why does he hold anything against anyone who simply is how they are? Yeah, that's a great one. He wouldn't understand that, though, Fredo. From his view, why is he confused? People deny evolution. They just do. What's the purpose of correcting them? There is none. There's no purpose in correcting anyone's view. By the way, this is true even if you don't talk about evolution from an atheist perspective. Just skip all the crap. Skip all the, arguments for God, this, give me evidence, blah, blah, blah. You believe in Jesus? Forget all that. Just ask him a simple question. Why ought we pursue and hold true beliefs from an atheist view? They go silent. You know, they just hear violin at that point. Why? Tell me. What do you mean, why? That's such a dumb question. Why hold true beliefs? Really? Really? Yeah, why? Why change our beliefs if you think that our beliefs are determined anyway? That doesn't even make sense. Why would you debate if you believed every outcome was determined? Why would you debate? Why would you say, don't believe that anymore? You got to correct your beliefs. Why? So stupid. They got a real dumb view. Anyway. All right. Anybody? Does anybody exist that you guys like? Is there anybody who you love? Look, we accidentally, with no purpose, created instruments. Purposeless philosophy, purposeless solving hunger, purposeless. Oh, it's all purposeless. I was born in a mountain town, in a little old farmhouse by the stream. And I sit up on these rocks and I dream leaving that old mountain town. So I went out to Hollywood land with this old guitar, not a dollar in my hand. And I never made a deal my soul they couldn't steal. Packed it up and I left that Hollywood land. Time to head on down the road. Can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. So I went back to the mountain town. Got a little farmhouse by the stream, and I sit up on those rocks and I dream about growing old in that little old mountain town. Time to head on down the road. Can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Cheeks as red as a blooming rose and eyes of a curious brown. She's the darling of my heart, sweetest girl in town. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Peaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can't have my Shady Grove, I want no one at all. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. When I was just a little boy, I wanted a Barlow knife. Now I just want Shady Grove to say she'll be my wife. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Get myself a big fine horse and corn to feed him on. Shady Grove can stay at home and feed him when I'm gone. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. I'm also a better musician than you, Dave. That's not even close, Dave. Musically mogged.
Damn, Dave really lives rent-free in your head. Shut up, Christian.
All right, y'all. It's time to say goodbye. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll have a party this week. Down the rabbit hole, dark in the mirror to the soul. And it peeks through your windows as you're blinded by the screens. Fabric of your dreams to me. Dreams at the seams. Hey, thanks for coming over from Dave's side. Bunch of losers. Bunch of cowards. It's raid time. You guys don't know where you're going, do you? You have no idea where you're going. God bless you all.